and revenue management, all of which are repeated findings across 3 consecutive financial years. The AGSA has also confirmed that monitoring mechanisms in place are not translating into sustained behavioral change. As accounting officer, what is the specific structural change you have implemented to ensure that the improvements that produced an unqualified opinion are not superficial audit-driven corrections, but represent a genuine and lasting change in how this municipality manages public money? On 139 million uncompetitive procurement, one contract, the AGSA procurement findings for 2024-2025 reveal a single instance of an uncompetitive and unfair procurement process valued at 139 million. One contract, 139 million rand. As accounting officer, who approved this contract? What deviation process was followed? Was that deviation properly authorized and reported to council as required under the MFMA? Has any disciplinary action been instated against the official who approved it? Financial health and expenditure management directed to Chief Financial Officer. Creditor payment period of 191 days. AGSA Financial Health Dashboard confirms that the average creditor payment period at Msunduzi is 191 days, more than 6 times the legally prescribed of 30 days payment period under the MFMA. The AGSA further confirms that this excessive payment period is due to inadequate expenditure management and has resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure from interest and penalties charged by suppliers. In the 2024-2025 financial year alone, fruitless and wasteful expenditure was 114 million, up from 25 million the previous year, representing a more than fourfold increase in 1 year. Fourfold increase in 1 year. As Chief Financial Officer, how much of that 114 million is directly attributable to interest and penalties caused by late payments? And what specific expenditure controls have been implemented to stop this cycle? Going back to the municipal manager. Timber revenue loss, material irregularity since 3 May 2021. The AGSA detailed material irregularity register confirms that this municipality failed to collect revenue from timber disposal service provider in contravention of Section 64(2)(2)A of the MFMA. A material irregularity first notified on 3 May 2021. That is 4 years ago. The AGSA has concluded that the accounting officer has not made adequate progress in implementing the required actions. The matter has been escalated to the HSA Material Irregularity Unit, and formal recommendations were communicated to the accounting officer in November 2025 with a deadline for implementation. As accounting officer, why has a financial loss involving a service provider and service provider's failure to pay for timber disposal taken 4 years to investigate?
Sorry, Honorable Ntolo, can I say, so I am worried about your time. So you've got 2 minutes left and they haven't started answering. Don't you think maybe they should answer now? Otherwise, I can tell you with these questions, we will finish an hour just on your questions.
No, Chair. I won't mind if they can't answer now. So I can maybe as this committee, we can follow up in a written format so that actually they respond in writing.
Oh, so you just want to register the questions, that's all?
The questions, yes, and then they should actually write it to this committee.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll give you 2 more minutes then. We are almost on 15 minutes.
Yeah, but if actually they want to, especially I will appreciate maybe if the mayor can respond as a political head in terms of the question that I raised. But the other questions, I'll appreciate actually if the administration could just forward us questions.
All right, okay. No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I really would request that the committee allows us to respond in writing. Otherwise, I would want to have sight of the report that the honorable member is referring to so that I can respond directly to the question. Thanks, Chair. If the committee, of course.
Or maybe he can just clarify you know what he's referring to. The SIU reference.
Yeah, SIU reference, HSA as a reference as well. You know, you have these questions. They form part of SGA's Auditor General findings. There's nothing new in what actually because I'm referring to SGSA and SIU reports.
Okay, now I just want to, so I think I heard you referring to, is that a question where Honorable Mdolo was referring to councillors who, that one, you remember that one right at the beginning, Honorable Mdolo, where you were referring to. So can you just assist them, because they need to know which cases it pertains to, so that they can then, so that the mayor can then respond.
Okay. Mayor, I'm referring to an SIU document that council failed to provide a resolution to allow 6 disciplinary cases to proceed. That is an SIU document. I think we have an SIU here. Maybe they can also assist, because this is their document that I'm referring to.
Okay, is it the document shared with the committee on slide the proclamation R21 of 2016?
That's correct.
Allegations of fraud, corruption, and maladministration. It's a 2009 contract, and contract number 23 of 2009 and contract number 23 of 2013, and the findings were evidence of fraud by the service provider, overpayments made by the municipality, and misconduct by officials. So let me just, you might recognize it. I'm not sure you were mayor at the time, possibly not. The final report was submitted to the president on the 29th of March, 2019. So that was some 7 years ago. The outcome of the investigation, so I'm just trying to help now with the specifics. 5 criminal referrals to the NPA. And then there were 7 disciplinary referrals submitted to the municipality. This one, we're talking about the same one.
That's correct.
1 dismissal of a former MM, right? So I'm hoping that it's beginning to ring a bell. Council failed to provide a resolution to the municipality to proceed with the 6 disciplinary matters, right?
Correct.
And then it further says 2 referrals submitted for administrative action, that is blacklisting, and I suspect one of our colleagues may have asked about this in the beginning, same case. And then there was civil litigation of 554 million and contract set aside to the value of 487 million and some few thousand rands and cents. That's what Honorable Mdolo is referring to. I am hoping that there is enough information maybe for you to give us an input, Mayor. Do you remember the investigation? Because it's from the previous term of council.
Honorable Chair, like you are saying, is from the previous term of council. Of course, I'm aware, but I also don't want to mislead this committee and provide details that I haven't really gone through and checked. I know that partially the recommendations of the SIU were implemented. I'm aware of that, meaning that there was a council resolution to implement such. Officials were dismissed. I know of that. Of course, part of those resolutions, I will, of course, request, especially the CFO, and I'm saying the CFO because I believe she has been there to go into details, how many cases were reported to the SAPS and how far are those cases. But like I said, it would be important for me. The first statement that Honorable Mtolo says is that misleading Parliament is illegal, and I don't want to mislead this committee and say something that I haven't researched. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thanks. So if I recall, the request around this had been that Honorable Mtolo wanted to know which councillors, right, voted against this. I don't know which year this was. So I don't know if any of you would recall offhand, but my feeling then is that you need to consult the minutes of the council that deliberated on this issue, so that you can extract the necessary information and then provide it. Right? Do we get an undertaking to do that? Because the request was specific. Yeah, I'll come to you, Honorable Kubek. So the request was specific. Well, he wanted to know who it is that had voted against the accountability of these 6 officials. Am I correct, Honorable Mtolo? The very same question. So can we get an undertaking from you, Mayor and MM, as effectively Secretary to Council, to locate that record? And I think you also asked for the minutes of the... Okay. I think it's clear now as far as that's... But you know which case I'm talking about, that Honorable Mtolo is referring to. Okay.
So before I close, Chair, can we actually maybe give the municipality 3 weeks to forward this information to this committee? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Sir, Honorable Gupega, you had wanted to raise an issue because Honorable Matla
yes,
his turn
Chair.
next.
So on that same issue that Honorable Mdolo is raising, could they possibly also add, tell us where charges actually laid against those said people? Have any of those cases gone to trial? And have any, if they have gone to trial, resulted in any conviction? Could they add that to that?
So thanks, Honorable Gupega. So can I suggest the following? So I'm in discussions with the Secretariat to revise our program, so that we may have the provincial directors of public prosecutions and the provincial heads of the hawks come and account for the SIU referrals. Because what we normally do is we have the National Director of Public Prosecutions. It's a waste of time because legally they don't make those decisions at all. They can only tell us what's going on there. So what I want to propose to the committee in that program is that we spend a couple of days and we go through each province together with the SIU, the Provincial Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Provincial Head of the Hawks. Account for where those specific cases are right now. Has anybody been arrested? Which matters are in court, at which stage in court, so they can account. For instance, the Hawks can account for instances where the matter hasn't even been referred to the NPA. So that is the intention. I don't know if that's going to be helpful, because once the SIU has handed it over, it then becomes a matter for the Hawks and the NPA. And we just don't get accountability in this way. Yeah, all right. So that's why I spoke to our chief executive about a couple of days ago.
So to put them at ease, I'm going to give these questions to the Secretariat, so that the Secretariat will write to them formally.
That will be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Nilmay?
No, thank you, Chair. Chairs, while we do have the SIU here present, earlier I had a conversation with them. They do have a little bit of information with regards to where some of these cases are, as they've been following it. So I just wondered if we had time, even now maybe, where they could maybe just give us an update as to where the cases were, instead of waiting for the 3 weeks. Thanks.
That is fine, but can we just go through the members? Yeah, and then one of the members may well ask the same question, in which case they will answer. I just don't want to, in terms of who's probing, to keep going back and forth, because then the member on the floor never gets to speak. Honorable Matun, you see, this is what I'm trying to prevent.
No, thanks, Chair. That's why I'm reminding you, because I see that.
Oh yeah, you hadn't yet spoken. No, noted.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair.
So we can give him the okay. No, Honorable Mahlala is fine. So your 15 minutes will begin.
Oh, greetings, Chair. To the committee members, to the city of Msunduzi. I was reading something on the news on Msunduzi, that's why my head is still thinking about them. No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think perhaps my first question would be that I think Mayor, your DMM, I think, corporate services is the one that might help us. I want to check. I assume that you update and improve your iconogram yearly. That would be my first question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, we've indicated when we made the presentation that the organizational structure was last reviewed in the year 2023, which then was subsequently approved by Council. But now, what we're currently busy with, we did a review of the existing organizational structure. Then we sent it to the office of the MEC in the province of KZN. They did their analysis. Then they came back with a report that says the structure is too bloated. It needs to be cut. So we're busy with that process, Chair. We are basically complete with the review. What we need to do now is to consult organized labor at a local labor forum. Once a decision has been jointly agreed to, we will then take the organizational structure to the mandating structures of council for approval and then implementation. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks. So, if you last updated it in 2024, I want to check. Previously, electricity was under infrastructure, right? When I look at your annual report of 24-25, I do not see the vacancy of manager electricity. When did you unbundle it to be a standalone?
Chair, I think it was done in the year 2023-2024.
So your annual report is inaccurate of 2024-2025, because in the approved organizational structure, it doesn't appear there. It's under infrastructure.
Honorable Chair, the annual report, we normally report on the previous years. That comes in line with the AG's report. Remember, we don't audit the current year. So if we presented a report in 2024, it would be a report of 2023-2024. Thanks, Chair. I'm just assuming the report that the honourable member is referring.
No, that assumption is inaccurate.
But if
Mayor.
it is the latest report, then surely there would be something which really could not be covered unless if the position now of the Deputy Municipal Manager Electricity was not yet filled at that time, because we only filled that position in 2025.
Okay, so you only filled it in 2025, which would be still in the financial year 24-25.
Because it was in May when we filled the position. Yes, it would be in the financial year 2025, 20.
So would expect it to be in the annual report of 2024-2025.
No.
Because Mayor, where I'm going is I want to check how did you, if his post was not there, how did you appoint him?
No.
That's where I'm going, because I see, if I look at your annual report, which is 24-25, it does not, usually when there's a vacancy, it shows that DCCM and then it shows vacancy, like you have shown with your senior managers, for instance, public safety, and then you are showing that there's a vacancy, but you are still showing that the post is there. But in this regard, it's not showing.
No. Well, Honorable Chair, when the post was filled, the position was part of the organogram. Now, of course, I may still need to go back to our records, but when we took a decision, we're not reviewing the entire structure. We saw a need and decided to unbundle the infrastructure unit, made electricity as a standalone department, and through a council resolution, the position was created and advertised as such.
No, thanks, Mayor. Perhaps let me give you as a reference. If you go to page 97 on your annual report, that's where you report on managers. And then on tier 2, when you go to tier 3, you have a senior manager, electricity management. At the time, it was M. Dombela. It was under infrastructure services, which is Estel. So it was not a standalone at that time. That's why I'm asking, and this would be your, because at the end of that page, when you make remarks, you even go further to say, during the year, which is 24-25, Ms. N. Ngobo and Ms. S. Hlela both acted as municipal manager. So this is your annual report. That is why I want to clear that confusion, that I know what I'm reading is your annual report. I'll leave you to think about that. Secondly, Chair, I want to check on the issue of forensic, since you removed it from internal audit. Who it reports to the MM, who processes its reports, and how do they get to council?
Chairperson, I did not comprehend correctly the question that Honorable Matuna has raised. If you can repeat it for my comprehension, please.
I'm saying, since you would have removed forensic from internal audit, what is the reporting line of forensic? It reports to the MM, and how do their report get to council? Are they taken by the MM?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the resolution of council, is that the forensic senior manager forensic will report directly to the municipal manager. In terms of reporting, then they will then generate reports, which will be signed off by the post incumbent. The report will then be presented as part and package of the municipal manager's report.
So the independence of forensic department, does it still exist? And the objectivity. Part of the requirements of forensic investigations, is that it must be independent and objective. If they report to you and you are the one who take their reports to council, it does independence and objectivity still exist? I think, let me pass. We must agree it does not. You don't have internal audit here. Where's internal audit? Just short answer.
Is not here, Chair.
On suspension, or is still at work?
Is still at work, Chair.
If I look at the chronogram, I see you have manager internal audit. That is. Or at what level is the head of internal audit in the organization?
Is at the level 3 senior manager.
Okay, because I see that it says manager here at high 3. Okay, and it says manager on internal audit. That's why I'm asking. It doesn't say senior manager in your presentation.
The post designation, Chair, is coined as Chief Audit Executive.
Okay, so I wanted to check, the mayor says that you do not take the reports, or internal audit was more focusing on forensic work than internal audit work. Now, when the determination was made, did internal audit not have internal audit risk-based plan? That was approved by audit committee.
Chairperson, they do that on a yearly basis where they table their 3-year rolling risk plan, which is approved by the audit committee as well as council.
So they implemented it accordingly?
Yes, Chair.
So I'm trying to check the assertion that they were more focused on forensic work, not internal audit. How was it? What was the approach? How was it determined?
Chair, I wouldn't understand the rationale that was taken by council at that time.
So, Chair, I'm sure you might need to help me here because I'm trying to understand the decision to remove forensic from internal audit to report to the in terms of how was it reached, to have a report that kind of motivate why it must be moved, to have some sort of a report, to have something, some analysis.
So let me help Honorable Maduna. So it may have been before you got here. So in order to help you along with this, so the municipal manager was not yet in the municipality at the time. It was a previous municipal manager. And I think there was a discussion with the mayor, and I think the decision was ratified by council, right? If I remember very well. So we covered that ground earlier on today, including, you are most welcome to go through it, but we covered at least that part of the ground previously. It's just that I then left it there with a declaration that I believe that having the head of forensics reporting to the municipal manager is like putting a wolf in charge of the chickens, because you don't have the necessary independence. So we covered, but then I said I would leave it for members to pick it up if they want to pick up the issue. But that's also, the wasn't there. There was a previous I don't know if it's the one that was let go. But anyway, I had stopped your clock, Honorable Matun, so we had covered that. But Mayor was around when that decision was taken, so maybe he can assist you.
Mayor, do we have a report of some sort? Because I think the committee would love to see if you are going to take such a drastic decision, because it really impacted on the municipalities, on their function and their independence. So we are trying to get to a point whereby we get to understand how did you reach this decision. And Chair, I must say this, I'm asking this because these municipal managers change from municipality to municipality, creating mess. That is why people must come after them, even when they move to other municipalities, when they take decisions such as this, that they know very well that if you look at circulars like 65 and so on, these are not in line with what the FMA says. So that's why when Babu Mayang Zamukubuzu Uti, some person a report to MMOI letter as a council or some sort of motivation was a committee in the preview to that was say understand this no more is not
Chair, may we commit that as part of the response to the questions which we are given 3 weeks, we will also attach that report and a council resolution to that effect. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks. Chair, towards the end, on the issues of, I heard the mayor speaking about the qualifications of the chief internal audit. What is the issue with the qualifications?
Chair, receiving a permission to respond on that one. Our Chief Executive Internal Audit has a diploma in accounting, and also is a certified forensic investigator. What happened, I think it was during, I think 2023 or so, financial year, UCOCTA did a skills audit. They then recommended that over and above what he has, he must also do a BCom degree in terms of the recommendation. That's where the problem is.
So you are saying he has a diploma?
Yes.
And a what?
A certified forensic certificate.
It's at what level, the certificate? Would you happen to know that it's NQF level what? It's
No, Chair, I'm not aware.
so indeed, your internal audit has a problem. Okay. I think it worries me, Chair, because I know that HE every year, before they start audit, in their planning, they usually request documents of internal audit staff to verify that. So I would really, HE might not be here to understand. Maybe they rely or they don't rely to the work of internal audit. But it's, on the issue of, I see that Mayor, you have given your managers bonuses, right?
No.
I'm in your notes of financial statements. Maybe you'll allude me. 2025, is it 96,054 for the municipal manager? For the CFO, it's about 60. 60,000, I think it's plus zero. Yeah, 60,000. So I'm trying to understand, are these bonuses? Because that's what it's written. It's written bonuses on the notes.
Chair, I would believe that it's how they structure their packages. But in terms of bonuses, the senior managers, the MM and senior managers, I mean the Section 56 managers, you only pay bonuses after doing a performance assessment, and that is satisfactory to council. You only pay them if they have satisfied their annual performance contracts, and in this case, we haven't paid any bonuses as council. Thanks, Chair. And I think the information says since 2012, and you will understand the challenges that the municipality have been going through, being placed under Section 139. Of course, it has been removed, and yes, we have seen improvements. We have just concluded the performance assessments for this last financial year. We haven't yet reported to council on how do we see those performances. We are yet to report to council whether to pay bonuses or not. In other words, Chair, no performance bonuses have been paid to any Section 56 or 57 manager in council since that period, 2012. So there's none, Chair, I can assure this House. Thanks.
No, thanks, Mayor. I'm trying to understand, because I think this is a copy of your notes of your financial statements, and they are written bonuses and their amounts. So there is a discrepancy between what you are saying, Mayor, and what is in the document. I don't know, maybe the CFO can explain to us what is this. I think they can pass it to you. There are bonuses here. So that's why I'm saying that maybe the CFO can then allude us what is it that is written bonus, and then there's an amount. Because usually where bonuses have not been paid, the reason why a club would have required that senior managers salaries are itemized like this was so that we can see what they are being paid for. Now, if there's a basic salary, bargaining council, bonus, contribution to UIF, housing allowance, leave provision, phone allowance, traveling allowance, it shows us municipal manager, chief financial officer, chief audit, all those ones at that level. It shows us each of them what are they getting, deputy manager, municipal manager, corporate services, and so on. So I'm trying to understand, because it's a written bonus and there's an amount. It means then your financial statements are confusing. That's why I'm saying that can you provide the clarity to us? What is it then, the numbers that are in bonus? Because I know that there are upper limits and so on, but we would expect it to show, for instance, bargaining councils, it shows a particular amount there. It's itemized. So a bonus is usually a bonus. Because I think you were at 57% in terms of achieving your planned target. So that's why I'm asking, why would they have bonuses? We can give you a copy, Mayor.
Chair, can I assist? It is a bonus, but it's not. You know, when you are employed, you are given a package. Let's say it's 1.2, and you are given a form to structure your package, how you want it to be. You then structure the way you want to receive it. So, like for example, a Section 56, we are not getting bonuses. I will then structure in such a way that I want to bonus myself at the end of the year. So I will save on a monthly basis. You can even save your tax or pay extra so that you don't get taxed more. So that's what we did. We've structured our packages in such a way that we can, at the end of the day, receive our bonuses. We've been trying to cancel, I don't know for how long. We are not getting bonuses. Even in 2014, when we got clean audit, the council refused to give us bonuses. So there are no bonuses. It's how our packages were structured. I structured for car allowance, cell phone, so that I manage my tax in terms of how I'm paying tax to SARS. That is what happened, Chair.
So, Honorable Matuna, you're way over your time, but I do need to just seek some clarity on this. So a bonus is always performance related. You just don't call it a bonus if it's not. So that is why the member has a difficulty. And I get what you are saying. So typically what the decision is whether the employee wants, the choice is whether an employee wants to get their total cost to company in equal installments over a 12-month period, or you choose to structure a 13th check for yourself. Right, so what is going on here? Is it 13th check or is it a bonus? Why is it called a bonus, if I may ask? Because you understand, so if you had gone to council, and let us say council had agreed that you must get a bonus, was it going to look like you had two bonuses now? Were you going to have two lines on the financial statements to say bonus and a bonus? Okay, so here's my concern. And this is directed at you, CFO, and the MM. I worry when there are entries in the financial statements that do not mean what you are doing. Do you understand? I worry when in the financial statements there are things which do not mean what is the description. Because then you start worrying about where else you are going to have this problem. So in the same financial statements on the same page, right? If you go to note, well, it's still note number 46, and under municipal stuff, do you have a copy? Okay, can we please favor them with a copy? I can use my, you got it, okay. Okay, so yes, so right there under note 46, right? So you've got acting allowances, basic salaries, which makes sense, bargaining council, bonus. So what are those? 77 million, I think that is. So what are those? Are those bonuses or are those 13th checks? But I just want to know, why do you do it like that? Why can't you have it as a bonus is also, in terms of tax treatment, is treated differently to your basic salary. So why is it called a bonus? How do you explain that to SARS? For instance, when you must work out your tax obligations and the employee's tax obligations in terms of PAYE. I'm asking just in all seriousness, why is it called something it's not? Okay, so there's a long conference. I just have a very simple, and CFO, you can answer this question. I'm now asking a general question. Why are there entries on the financial statements which describe something else, not what the entry actually is?
Chair, we can rectify that. It depends with the type of system you are reporting on. For example, this one, for our financial statements, we use SEP and then Caseway. I was double checking that is it not because Caseway, how is it summarized in terms of bonuses? That is the reason they are doing that. So it could be that. But Chair will be happy to provide the reasons because in terms of the senior managers, they are receiving the 13 checks, whereas the Section 56, they don't receive bonuses. We only structure our packages for bonuses.
Okay, I'll just give you an opportunity to wrap, because it was your line of question. I'll come back to you, Honourable Minister, because it was your line of question. But don't ask something new. Ask on this one.
No, Chair, I will ask on this one, even though when they are done, there's just one thing that I would have not gotten time to. No, look, I think the statement that the CFO is making, it's quite dangerous. And I thought it's important that I bring this up. Because the way in which SARS taxes bonus and the way in which SARS taxes your salary is way different. Now, what the CFO is basically saying to us is that they are illegally invading tax. Now, that is why I'm saying that the statement that she's making, she needs to be very careful of the implications thereof afterwards. If she says that these bonus that are written here, it's actually part of their salary, that they took and made a bonus, she must be careful what that means thereafter. What are the implications to them? Because it would mean then SARS would have to relook at their salaries. And I'm afraid what it might do to their finances. So that's why I'm saying that, I think it's Honorable Mdolo that would have spoken about this. It's quite dangerous. Actually, it's not viewed as illegal, or it's a criminal offense to lie in Parliament. So that's why I'm saying that the CFO needs to be very careful on this one. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thanks very much, Honourable Skosana. I'm coming to you, Honourable Dabesh. I'm just going by order of the hands going up. So you're also asking on this one, on this bonus matter.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I thought I'm a financial singawazi, but I'm still shocked, and I guess my colleagues have spoken about this matter. I'll just go straight, Chair, to the remuneration of a chief audit executive. The bonus says is 115,562 rand. The basic salary is 1.393675. If you go up to the chief financial officer, it says the basic salary is 1,178,000, which means the chief audit executive earns more, whatever they structured their salaries. But when you go up to the municipal manager, 2024 reinstated, when you look up economic entity, it says 1248251. Then it says basic salary 496,437. I just wanted clarity on that, Chair, because I'm a bit confused on that. And then the issue now, when it comes to bonuses, it says 96 on the municipal manager, and then it says the one which I've just spoken about, 115,562 for the chief audit executive. Now, my question is, Chair, like you said, granted the appraisals or the mayor or the council feels that they want to give them bonus, they've performed well, very well, in terms of the municipality targets, because I guess there's targets. I mean, from where I'm coming from, there were targets. You reach your target, you smile. Now, like the chair was asking, if they were given a bonuses, what would have been in this financials? It would be saying it's 96,000 plus is bonus plus another bonus. Because for me, from where I'm sitting, these financials which we are having and what the I'm not sure whether the deputy municipal manager, is Mdebele the municipal manager, am I right? Yes. I'm not sure, as the CFO. Perhaps you can make clarity for all of us here, because I guess not only me who's confused about this issue of bonus, and the chair. That if you say you structured this way, the way you are saying to us, are you saying this 96,000 comes from your salary? And out of this amount of money, like as I was asking about the salary of the municipal manager here, there's 1248, but there's 496. Perhaps you can explain based on that one. Are you saying this 96,000 comes from the 1248251? Thank you.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the issue with these financials, I'm not sure if we're speaking to the right people here for them to be answering these questions, because maybe these financials were not prepared by them. Because I understand that there's a consultant that was paid 3.7 million rand this year to help with financials and to help with the finance department specifically. Now, I think what we would need to understand is the competency of that or of those consultants. Maybe that's what we need to look at, or that's what MM and CFO need to tell us. What's happening here? The people who compile these things, are they actually competent enough to compile them? And maybe while they're at it, they can tell us, why have a whole finance department that is capacitated with a lot of people and then have consultants doing that work? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Taibosh.
Sorry. Chair, you explained this thing beautifully. This is not rocket science, and I think we're putting undue pressure. The wording is wrong here. It shouldn't be bonus, it should be 13 check. Chair, even us, when we sit down or when we go speak to member services, we can structure our packages the way we want to for tax relief. And there's nothing against that. Because when I do my tax with my tax consultant, all right, we discuss these things. And when you go to your salary advice, maybe the salary advice doesn't show bonus there. It shows 13 check, or it shows something of a saving. But I think whoever drew up these things used the wrong wording. And you explained it perfectly. That's exactly how it works, Chair. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Honorable Taibosh. Hang in there, Honorable Matla. Honorable Mtor.
No, Chair. CFO, focus, please. Yeah, CFO. There's an allegation here that this consultant that is 75 years old, that actually the municipality has employed, is doing work for you instead of you doing work that you are paid for. Why I'm raising this question, Chair? Because that is a serious allegation. So there's an allegation that this consultant that is doing work for the municipality is 75 years old and then is doing work for the CFO. So the work that the CFO has to do in terms of her employment, conditions of employment and responsibility that are done by this consultant. So which means this municipality is paying a consultant as well as a CFO. So which means the municipality is paying twice. So I think actually, therefore, we must respond on this because it's a serious allegation, it's a serious concern. You must take us through in terms of this allegation that you are failing to perform your duties. As a result of that failure, you are engaging this consultant. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So the specific question in relation to this bonus issue for me is that you have an incorrect entry in the financial statements, and you kind of need to explain, at least provide us with an explanation as to why, because the day the municipality provides bonuses, I don't know what entries you're going to make at that point in the same financial statements, which is a problem. I guess that is the issue, and I agree with Honorable Typos. What you are describing are 13th checks, and each person is free to provide it. But what we have not had an explanation for is why they are called bonuses. That's the answer that we don't have as a committee. So that's the one thing. Can you please respond to what Honorable Mtoli? It's quite simple. So my understanding is that you are employed as CFO, but there's another CFO who's 75 years old. Is that so or not? Is that true? Is there a consultant? And then we'll move on to Honorable Matla.
Chair, I don't want to laugh at the Honorable because it's a joke, shame. I feel sorry for him because he got information wrong. I wish I can have a consultant. I'll be smiling, collecting my check. Since 2012, I do my work. The consultant that does the financial statement, this is my senior manager. We don't have consultants at Msunduzi that are doing the financial statements. Chair, you were misinformed. And number two, we don't even have a line for performance bonus because Msunduzi doesn't pay from the time I was employed. So it's something that we don't even have it in our books. The only line that is in our books, it's the 13 checks for level 3 going downwards. Our ones are the structured one, of which I agree it should have been structured in such a way that it's clear to the members to see that our one is structured. But we don't have a consultant. I want to get a name, Chair, the 75 years old Chair, okay, so that I can know myself who's that consultant.
No,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. No, thank you very much. It's answered. So I'm worried that my meeting is going to get chaotic. Can I go down the line? Or are you also going to canvass this issue? Because my concern is we are going to go for the next hour going back and forth, and we never get to finish, and you never get to get your turn.
No, we can be here until 2 in the morning, sir. Chair, we don't.
No, but sure, no, I get that. No, I'm the one who went as an outstanding matter. I remember because I make notes here and I ask. I'm not gonna forget this matter. So I'm just wanting to give Honorable Madlal. You might clear some of the issues when your turn comes and Honorable Kosana. Then I always sweep, you know that, and then members get to join in. Honorable Madlal.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Oh.
Sorry, you yeah. Okay, no, that's fine. We will deal with it at the back end. Okay.
Chair, sorry, we were still responding on the issues of financial statements. Can we finish that?
Oh, yes. Yeah, this is what happens when you do back and forth. Okay. Honorable Maduna's questions.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in terms of clarifying the issue of the disclosures, you will know that the entire year, in terms of the MM's remuneration, there was an MM in the previous year. So in the year under audit, it did not stay the entire year. Hence, that's why the amount they are differing. That's number one. The second issue, I think maybe you saw in terms of the consultants. As finance officials, we have the skills and expertise in terms of the accounting, in terms of accounting, financial accounting. However, in terms of GRAP standards, we are required at each reporting date to do conditional assessment of infrastructure assets. That is where we acquire the services of engineers to do conditional assessment as well as test all the infrastructure assets for financial reporting purposes to comply with the GRAP standards. Thank you.
Okay, so does that have to do with your valuation of assets so that you can work out depreciation and that kind of thing? Is that what they do? Okay, so you do that every year? Because there are two ways. There are two ways in which you can do your depreciation, can calculate your depreciation. You use the other one where you check each year. I just forget what it's called now.
For impairment testing, we are required.
Or for impairment testing. Okay, no, I'm clarified. Okay, no, that's fine. All right. No. So the short version is this: you can't send an accountant to make assessments on engineering structures. They won't know what they're looking at.
That's what I'm asking.
So you gotta get someone to do it.
So are those consultants? That's someone that they're getting.
That's someone
consultant.
Yes.
I'm asking because CFO just said they do not hire consultants.
No, she had said for preparing financial statements.
For
preparing financial statements. Yeah, I listened to her carefully. That's what she said. All right, Honorable Matla.
Is there still another hand interjecting? Ultimately, thank you, Chair. I will try that we move fast and we try to be specific with our questions and answers. We last met in Pietermaritzburg on the joint committee with COCTA. There were some questions that were left unanswered. I will come back to them though. Because this is just to emphasize what the chair was saying, it's part of an ongoing conversation. You know, at times I feel like entities and departments and municipalities imagine it as a once-off engagement. So that's why we speak about the need to be honest, because soon we'll be coming to visit for 3 days oversight to verify some things. So it's an ongoing process. So the answers we give must not be to try and move the situation out, because it's not going to go anywhere. But otherwise, we greet you and we greet everyone. And I also want to maybe just say, before I get into the questions, the legacy issues become your issues as a matter of principle. So, for example, the matter that was canvassed here relating to forensic and weight reports, it could have been done by a different administration. But as you arrive and you feel there's an anomaly, you write a recommendation to council and you correct that if you feel that it is abnormal. But if you feel that there's nothing wrong with it and you continue with it, then you are equally guilty of the decision that was taken before you arrived. And that goes for any other issue. That is why you must regularize things and make sure that they are in line when you are then the sitting leadership. But let me go straight maybe to firstly service delivery issues. There was I'll start with a follow-up. There was a response which suggested that in relation to the challenges around water, and the response we got was that water pipes, when they burst, they are fixed immediately. I want to understand how many hours is immediately. Like I'm saying, we're still going to go and verify this matter. So I don't want to create an impression that cannot be measured. So that is the first question. How many hours or days is immediately? Because the response was that when they burst, the pipes burst, they are repaired immediately. Can I get that response? It's just not hours, no rhetorical responses, just specific answers. How many hours or days is the turnaround time of fixing or repairing water-based pipes?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to respond to the honourable member with regards to how many hours, Chair, what we have done, we don't have a set this is 5 hours, because pipes vary in sizes. You will find out that for the pipe which is between 0 to 200, that will last you for 4 hours for you to repair. But when you get into site, the conditions there, in terms of your cables that have been laid around the pipe, is very difficult for them to work around that 4 hours. So we'll find out then the time will be more than 4 hours.
All right, let me try and assist you. Let me ask the question differently. Well, I understand that if it's a contracted company, you have your SLAs. If it's a municipal employee, you'd have your, performance target and all of that. But I want an average turnaround time. So if you say between the smallest pipe and the largest pipe, the most complex one and the most easiest one, the likelihood is that given all conditional factors, it is unlikely that 3 days will last with a pipe that best not fixed. Give me something like that. You don't have to be, because I understand what you are saying. So just say, because you said immediately, that was your response, and immediately it leaves the room for assumptions, and we don't want to deal with that because you can't measure an assumption. So we want, when we go then to the community to say, to verify if there's any pipe that has been that burst and has not been fixed in 3 days, then we can come back and say you did make a commitment that was untrue. You see? So just on an average, with all factors combined, you can even say 2 weeks. Then if your immediate could have meant that, because when you say immediate, you generalize across. So let me give you that opportunity to just say, given all factors combined, at the probability level is that on an average, no pipes would remain burst and water flowing and getting lost for more than 3 days or for more than 7 days. Just give me that, and I think if you're able to be bold enough to say immediately, you should be able to give us that response. Thank you.
Chair, you're putting me to a corner on this one. Why am I saying that? Is that the conditions on the ground are not the same. There are areas where, or there are times whereby you'll find that the pipe was not repaired within 24 hours, which is a reality on the ground.
I think let's move on to the next question. I think the danger was in the statement you made when you said immediately. And you obviously now you cannot quantify what immediately meant, and the conditions you are giving us, we know them. And when you gave the response, you did not say, depending on the pipe, some pipes can be fixed immediately. You sent an impression that any burst pipe is fixed immediately. That is what you said. So I'm saying I've got limited time. That's why I want us to move on, because you are going to tell me about conditions again. And we know that conditions differ, sizes of pipes differ. It could be a protest. There could be many other issues of factors relating to the infrastructure itself or the surrounding environment that can cause an exceptional delay. Like there are exceptional cases and everything. But on an average, you can be able to say, this is the average time, except obviously if they pass pipes and there is a tsunami and no one can travel. That's a situation that is bizarre and out of the ordinary that we can't reasonably expect you to measure. So you are not able to give me that answer, and I'm worried that you keep going back to the conditions that may differ. And the answer was supposed to be a one line to say on average 5 days. Or, leave exceptional far-reaching circumstances that cannot even be preempted or not humanly possible to predict. I'm talking about scientific things that may quantify your statement of immediate.
Sorry, can I try and assist here? There is a possibility that you may be speaking past each other. I've stopped your clock, Honorable Madlal, so that we don't eat into your time. Were you referring to response time, or were you referring to job completion time? What were you referring to?
Thank you very much, Chair, because that is what I wanted to assist the Honourable Madlal, is that is the response time. When we received a call from the public to state that at Imbali, for example, there is a burst pipe, we sent our teams immediately to go and isolate so that water cannot run non-stop. But some people will be affected by us doing that. Because you will find out that some of these plumbers, they work, these pipes, they will burst at night. And we've got teams that are on standby. So whilst maybe they are working at Itindale, there's a burst pipe at Timbali, a plumber will rush quickly and switch off. Whilst he's finishing the other job, when he's done with that job, then he goes back to his list on his standby.
Okay, so anyway, that's so basically you just send somebody to the scene to at least stop the water from flowing, and then the repairs will happen later. Okay, now I'm gonna restart the clock then.
No, thank you. Thank you. Let me move on. There is an issue relating to, well, these are the public concerns that I'm starting with. I'm going to come to my other issues quickly. The transformers. There's a concern that there are areas where I don't know where transformers were removed or something like that, but the people are struggling with electricity, and they would like to know if the transformers will be reinstalled and when. I don't have the background information. I'll leave it up to you. Yeah, Cinderella Park is one example, right? So just tell us what is happening with that situation. What is the plan of the municipality around that? Thank you.
Chair, I'll respond to that one. In the past, Chair, we actually had a number of failing transformers, and then we replaced the transformers, and then immediately after the transformer is replaced, the transformer fails. And then we conducted an investigation to establish what was the reasons. We find that the reasons that resulted in the failure of the first transformer are the same reasons that resulting on the second failed transformer. You find that the transformer is actually overloaded because of tampering, and most of the people bypass meters, and they are not actually going through the circuit breakers, which limits the current. As a result, the transformer is overloaded. There is what we call illegal connections, which actually interferes with the energy flow even within the transformer, resulting in circulating currents heating up the transformer and bursting. So we actually have now a procedure that is being followed, where if the transformer fails, we conduct the audit around the area and establish who are the people who are paying and then who are the people that are not paying, until 70% of those people are regularized in terms of them. If they are tampering, they pay the tamper fee, and if those ones are actually paying or they are indigent, once we reach 70%, we reinstall the transformer and then we energize the transformer. The challenge that we are having with those particular communities, they don't want to, you find that we've got 180 customers in the transformer. 180 of them are all tampering, no one is paying. But then if you actually, what you call institute the process, they don't want to pay, they don't want to apply for indigency, they don't want to do anything, but they demand the transformer to be reinstated. So if you reinstate the transformer under those conditions, the transformer won't last long, it will actually fail. We've got a transformer that was installed, failed on 25 November, and the transformer was installed, reinstated on the 17th of December, and it failed on the 7th of February. A transformer that should last 50 years, it lasted less than 52 days.
All right.
Sorry, the mayor had his hand up on the same.
Now, Chair, we have met with different communities, including the community that the honorable member is making reference to, that of Ward 34 in Cinderella Park. We have advised them to take advantage of, one, our indigent policy, which says if they cannot afford to pay services, they just need to come forward, put them on the indigent register. Secondly, we also afforded them an opportunity. Currently is the third cycle of our indemnity, what do we call it? Our amnesty campaign, which says, we note that you need this service, you have tampered with our services, come forward so that we can work with you, so that at the end of the day, we regularize those illegal connections so that they can buy or purchase electricity or at least register. We have given them that opportunity. But if people are not willing to come forward, even if given that opportunity, then it's a problem. But I can assure you, in the past 2 weeks, the Deputy Mayor had a meeting with the community of Cinderella Park on that affected transformer, and they are agreeing. Of course, there are politics in that, some people trying to influence the community not to want to participate in these campaigns, and we are aware of that, and we are dealing with that. Thanks, Chair.
All right. But it's fine. I think there's a community participation issue that needs to be looked at. But I think I get your explanation. We'll deal with follow-ups maybe if we get a chance. The issue of water crisis in Bali, especially phase 4 and unit 13. Who wants to maybe respond to that? There's alleged water challenges in Bali. Phase 4 and unit 13 to be specific. Are you aware of that? Are you attending to it? Quickly, if we can get a response. If you're not aware of it, you can simply say no. We don't know about it. But that's what the community is alleging.
Chair, thank you very much. We are aware of such challenges, experiences, not only that part of phase 4 in Bali. Most of the areas around Mbali, we've got some serious challenges due to the fact that the municipality has been placed under water curtailment by the Department of Water and Sanitation through Umgeni Utula Water. So we are implementing those curtailment, which means that we need to reduce our consumption from 233 megaliters per day to 197 to 197. So we are there to 197 now. So those high-lying areas, they will feel that impact. And another reason is that some of those people, again, we will find people that we have connected illegally on our trunk mains. It means that on our pipelines that are supplying, then the pressure on when it reaches those high-lying areas, the pressure is reduced drastically. So that is where we are, and we are working out on a program to say that we have to install some PRVs around the area so that we make sure that we boost the pressures, especially for those people who are staying in high-lying areas of phase 4.
So have you also engaged the community and taken them into confidence around these issues and the plans in place and the likelihood of this matter getting resolved, and when? Have you had that kind of an engagement so that then they are content? They know that this is a work in progress kind of an issue, and this is the anticipated date. If you do your calculations in terms of arriving at what you're expected to supply, have you had that kind of a discussion?
Chair, we are working with the ward council of the area to deal with these issues. And some of these areas where they don't get water, we also sometimes supply them with our water tankers so that we make sure that people, they get water as their basic right.
All right. Let me move on to other questions. There is an allegation that there's a challenge with your street lights. There's further allegation that most of them are not working, and then there's a contractor that has been appointed, but the street lights being installed are not proper. Have you heard of anything like that? Because the question really is around what is the action that municipality is taking in terms of those failed installations or those crooked, street lights that are being installed. So you'll tell me if there's a current contractor in place working on street lights, and if you've had any complaint around the quality or around the service being rendered by that contractor, or it could have been one that expired or something like that.
Thank you, Chair. We actually have about 50,000 streetlights at Msunduzi. 25,000 of those were actually within the ESCOM area. They were maintained by ESCOM, and those streetlights have since been brought back to Msunduzi for maintenance. Now, I'm not too sure which area is that, but if you look at all the areas that were previously maintained by ESCOM, and the performance was very bad, we've actually improved. I live in the Mbali area where predominantly it was ESCOM. We are actually providing that service ourselves. The town and the townships are well lit. the contractor is not buying any equipment. They use our own equipment, our own standard. They only install the street lights. So we have not heard of any poor performance of that of those street lights. If any, it would be probably those ones that were installed probably some time back that have reached their the end of their Otherwise, we are doing very well. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's fine. Thank you. Let me ask the same question because, you see, our issue or my issue here in this discussion is that you are providing services for the people, you know, and on behalf of them. So whatever challenges, whatever progress and challenges should be done in concurrence with the community. So do you have an open line to report street lights, and within what time frames do you respond to that particular service? So for example, if I go back to these people and I say to them, this is an open email address or a phone number where you report a problem with the street lights, and within 24 hours it gets addressed. Can you give us that kind of an information if you've got that system in place?
Yes, Chair. Indeed, there is a call center for. It's not a call center, it's a call line for street lights where people actually report street lights. As I've indicated, we've got about 50,000. So it's not necessarily that a street light reported today will be attended tomorrow. So it takes time, probably 2 weeks, even a little bit more. We are currently operating with a 34% capacity as electricity. So we don't have the huge capacity. And in cases of outages and everything, we would prioritize restoring supply over street light with the resources that we have. But we do actually cover all the areas in terms of fixing the street lights. Thank you.
All right. I've got a lot of follow-up questions, Chair. But let me, you want to say how I'm left with 2 minutes?
Yes. You are over your time, by the way.
Okay.
You are now in injury time. So I was going to say, ask your last two.
We had a conversation with the honorable man, and they said I can take some of her time.
Okay.
But let me ask the second last question. Let me get. In fact, I've got quite a lot, but we'll ask for written responses on some where we can't really get to discuss them now. But I had an issue with maybe let me start with this one. When we were in PNB, I did pose the question around your job evaluation processes. And the purpose of that, having worked for a municipality for over 10 years myself, I understand that there's a standardized process with a task evaluation process, which prescribes the qualification level, skills and experience, and then attribute a post to it. And the question related to that was premised on the discrepancies in the advert. And there was an advert at that time that I showed you, I just couldn't find it now, where you find that a post requiring a diploma is at a higher level in terms of salary scale versus a post requiring a degree, an NQF level degree, but is at a lower level in terms of salary scale. And I sought to understand how does that come about? Is it in line with your evaluation processes? And I think it may answer quite a number of other questions. If you can just give me a specific response to that. Your standard evaluation process of posts, how does it happen that some post requires lower qualification but gets paid at a higher grade, while others require a higher qualification and gets paid at a lower grade than the other? You can respond to that quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, indeed, as and when job descriptions are done, they are subjected to the job evaluation process. And the job evaluation process then dictates, in terms of the magnitude, that the post carries the task grade for that particular position. Indeed, Chair, I've also seen that when I had to sign off positions, I've compared two positions. Then one was at a task grade 14 and another in a task grade 17, but they are senior managers. Then I asked myself, why are we having these discrepancies? The response was that it was subjected to the job evaluation process, and the outcome, Chair, was that the other one is higher than the other. That's how it was then graded, Chair. As we speak, employees on the same graded as senior managers, they don't necessarily get the very same salary level within the municipality.
All right, I do think that maybe you need to have some deeper investigation into that space. Particularly, I know that there could be a discrepancy of 1 grade or so, but also you've not touched on the issue of qualification. Because if the qualification is NQF level 8 for a senior, around senior managers will be around NQF level 8, which is a postgraduate qualification. The expectation is that maybe there could be 1 or 2, one could be 15, one could be 16, but 14 and 17 is a bit too much. Maybe I think look into that. Let me ask my last question, Chair, which is going to be specific. Fatima Mota, you know a person by that name? I believe that you do know a person by that name. The allegation here is that Fatima Mota resigned in Msunduzi at some point in 2025, last year around May, was appointed by Cocta and then resigned at Cocta on the 20th of June, so say after a month or so. And then he went back to sign a contract with Msunduzi on the 23rd of June. So this is a person who was out of the system. He came back to sign a contract with Msunduzi without an advert. No post was advertised, because when someone has resigned, you'd expect that an advert will go through, their pensions are processed and all of that, and then there'll be an advert. So the allegation is that they came back and signed a post with Msunduzi. Shortly after, in August, they came with a letter of offer from the city of Cape Town. That the Msunduzi then, I think there's a counter offered or something like that, but you'll give me the details of it. But currently they are acting as senior manager, and in the post they are acting, a further allegation is made that there's an incumbent in that post. So they are acting in a post with a person there. I don't know, maybe that person could be on sick leave, or you'll tell us more. But I'm more interested in the part where a person leaves and works somewhere for a month or 2, and then comes back and signs a contract. If you know that story, can you just, as a last question, Chair, I'll leave the other 42 ones. Can you just, can you just help me? I'm a human capital person, so I understand these processes, and I found this very alien. You can then answer about it if you know about it. Thank you.
Chairperson, the story of Fatima Mota happened before my time. I was appointed on the 1st of August 2025. I also heard it through the grapevine, like the Honorable Madlala is putting, that she resigned and then went to Cocta and then came back. I won't be in a position to assist. The latter part of your question is that she tabled an offer that we needed to be counteracted. I repudiated that, Chair. I did not approve it. It was, I think I was 1 or 2 months old in office when she came with the letter that she was offered a position by the city of Cape Town. So I'll request the CFO, because she was at the helm as the acting city manager at the time, to respond to the first part of your question, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, on this matter, can I request that we submit a written response? I'll tell you why. The matter on the Cape Town part, when I was dealing with Fatima's matter, it was nowhere in front of me as a document that I needed to consider as I was acting. It was then came about as we've seen it in the media. And it's a subject of investigation, because I heard as well that offer of Cape Town, it was something that was fabricated, and I'm not aware, I haven't seen all the documentation to that effect. It is true, Fatima resigned, she went to Cocta, and she came back a few days after that. Because of the challenge at the time as a municipality that we had in water department, she was taken back, but we want to provide all the details to the committee of what really transpired. Thank you, Chair.
No, Chair, I don't want to go past the first part. I just want to understand, well, I was not going to let you go as well, but I see that there's a part where it said that it's a subject of investigation. I need to understand that, because that is what I was going to pose on you, that even if it happened before your part, there would have been an irregular appointment. Did you sanction an investigation onto the matter so that you get the full detail? But maybe let's just gather, that's the first question to you, CFO, because you have brought it now. You are saying it's a matter of investigation. So who is investigating it? When was the investigation instituted? We are sitting in May. This is a matter that happened somewhere around June last year. So that you can, and maybe we can know when to expect a report, because you said this is a subject of investigation. But also, I think you should be in a position to tell us on what grounds was she taken back and given a contract after she was a former employee of Msunduzi. And I think that part, the other ones, we can deal with them when we receive a report, probably when you will tell us when are you expecting that report. Thank you.
Chair, I'm saying that because it's part of our submission in terms of court proceedings. I've seen it illegal dealing with those matters. Hence, I'm saying my understanding is that this is a subject of investigation. It's difficult for me because I'm no longer acting now and I'm not privy with everything. That's why I was requesting Chair to provide all the necessary documentation, because like I said to the Honorable Chair that I only heard now when, you know, if documentation was being circulated.
Chair, sorry to interject. I'm interjecting for the last time. I'm not happy with the responses. You know, I've not been happy with most of the responses, because you guys are in fact, I was not happy with the delegation. Let me start there. Because when the MM is here and the CFO is here, all answers must be able to be responded to. At least, it may not be to full detail, but at least you guys are in charge of the municipality. So you should know, especially because there are a few issues which are very peripheral, which are very there. So when we ask you about SIU things, those are things that, when we ask you about revenue collection things and those big things, we anticipate that at least you should have a clue around them, because you are in charge, you are at the center, you are the heart. You are at the heart of issues, you see? So, and the responses seem to be more broad, open-ended, and leaving quite a lot of room for probing. So there's someone who signed a letter for this Fatima to be brought back. Maybe that person is here, we don't know. But we should know that there was an advert. What you are alleging is not true. There was an advert, or unless if you're saying there is a matter that the court must litigate. The municipality is arguing that an advert was there and there's a difference of opinion that it was not there. But we must be able to get some detail. And I think we may be doing injustice to the public, not for us. We have no vested interest, personal interest, but this is the public accounts committee. So the public is interested in the answers. It's their taxpayers' money. We are their representatives. So we can't just let things go and then we'll say we'll rely on a document that you are going to submit within 14 days when we're not even giving us basic issues to make some sense of what has happened, and to know that there is a possible transgression here, there is no possible transgression here, or we'll allow the courts to decide here. Because this is a matter that happened over a year ago. And the question is, how many other issues are happening that we have not had sight of if we can't get a response on a matter as simple and straightforward as this? So, Chair, you'll forgive me. I know that you'd want that. No, we'll just proceed.
I'm going to try and assist with short questions and short answers. So as I understand, Ms. Mota resigned, went to COCTA. Did she come back of her own accord, or was she asked to come back?
Chair, corporate services can assist in responding to that. Because I was acting at that time.
No, that's fine. Okay, is there anybody who understands this matter to a to any acceptable degree? Does anybody know? Is there anyone who was in her line of work in her?
DMM responsible.
Okay, I just want to, because there's a lot of information but very little clarity. Maybe you can assist. So when she went to Kokta, was she asked to come back, or did she came back? She requested to come back.
Thank you, Chair. When she went to Kokta, we had a number of resignations within water section. And she went and joined Kokta as their employee. Then we requested her personally to say that she must come over to Msunduzi. That is where I left off. Then she decided, no, it's fine, because at Kokta I'm only been there for 1 month and 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Then the process through corporate services unfolded after that.
Okay, can I just so when that's so let's leave the personality out. I now need to understand the procedure. When somebody has left the organization, what is the process of getting them back? Is it that you must re-advertise a position? Is there some kind of special dispensation that gets done? What does policy say? Does anybody know what the policy says? Outside, in any event now with anybody else, for any manager, does anybody know? I'm just trying to just dispense with this issue so that we know, because I'm trying to understand what the issue is here. Is the allegation that there should have been a job advertisement and there wasn't, and she was hired straight back without a competitive interview process? Is that the Honorable Madlala? I just want to understand, is that the issue here?
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. What is the process of re-engaging someone who has resigned and left? Because before they resign, they put a notice of resignation. Within the space of a notice of resignation, you have got all the time to engage with the person, try and convince them, see what offer they have received. Can you do a counter offer? If it's a scarce skill, you don't do counter offers for everyone. We've worked in the environment for years. So I just need, this issue just appeared so peculiar that you don't know. They've ultimately resigned. Pensions is processing their pension there, or they've processed it, and then line says, I'm interested in this person to come back. Ordinarily, in terms of the process that I understand, then there would have been an advert. In fact, you don't just headhunt, because there would now be headhunting. You don't just headhunt before you advertise and prove that you can't find competitive people for the post. You know, otherwise, why do you need this one specifically if you have not tested the markets? So that's the process that we want to understand. What basis, when then corporate service or whoever signed the contract, they were supposed to have received a checklist of documents that are part of signing the contract. Who was it, the acting MM who signed that contract of re-engagement? What was in the checklist? Was there an advert? Was there an offer or a letter written by the service line to request him to come back? Give us something to work with. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. So can I just understand, thanks Honorable Madlala, can I just understand, so when you've got that kind of situation, what's the procedure in the municipality? I'm not disputing the fact that you needed to fill a vacancy. In the case of getting somebody in, what is the normal process? Okay, colleagues, you have to know. Colleagues, you have to know. I don't know why this is taking so long. Colleagues, you have to know. Come on, this is not complicated. When an employee leaves and wants to come back, what's the
Chair. Sorry, Chair, maybe legal department can assist.
Chair.
Any legal department.
You need to offer them an indemnity, Chair, that whatever they say will not be held against them.
No, that's a rule in Parliament anyway. You're covered by the Powers Act. So, colleagues, I just want to know, it's not complicated. Is there any other way other than an ad? No, sure, we'll get there. I just want to understand.
Chairperson, under normal circumstances, we need to meticulously follow the recruitment and selection process or policy in terms of filling the position. But like the CFO has indicated, if we were to be allowed time to interrogate and respond with the other questions that we were requested to respond within 14 days.
No, I'm not asking about this case yet. I am just asking procedurally.
Normal selection and recruitment policy. Chair.
Okay, so there should have been an advertisement and so on. So clearly there was a breach of policy here. Clearly. If that's the only way, there was a breach of policy. So let me ask this question. What is the scope of the investigation that you referred to then? What is being investigated? What are the terms of reference, broadly speaking? Who's responsible? Who's commissioned the investigation?
Chair, can I help them, Chair?
No, Honorable Scosa. So, colleagues, I don't know why this is a matter that is difficult. Somebody spoke of an investigation here. What is being investigated? What is being investigated?
Okay, I'm scared. I mean, it's not my delegation, but the way this matter happened, it's in the public domain.
I know nothing about it, so honestly,
No.
I'm completely ignorant.
In Pietermaritzburg, it's being circulated. One, documents that she applied and she left and she came back. One. Two, that she had another appointment in Cape Town, of which there is a fraud involved there in terms of that appointment. And it was on the Facebook as well. So my assumption when I saw Ulegal involved in this matter, I thought there was an investigation. So I thought MM was going to comment on that investigation in terms of that.
Okay, so is there an investigation at all? So let's start there. I really thought this is a matter that could be cleared up in 2 minutes. Is there an investigation at all?
Chair, I don't have any knowledge of any investigation around this matter.
Okay. All right. Okay. So because we need to give Honorable Kubeka his time. So what we now know is that the ordinary process that should have followed is a process of advertising the job, and the person would have been able to apply, to reapply for the post that she had. So that did not happen. It would appear then to me that is the first thing that gets investigated in any event, right? Because if you had told me that in certain instances there is a procedure we use to get somebody back in order to solve a problem, but clearly that's not the case. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is there's an allegation that the person manufactured an offer from the city of Cape Town that apparently did not exist, and in order to get a salary increase. That's the second allegation, right? As I understand. So what I'm hearing is that there is also no investigation going on, at least not one that the MM knows about. Right, so the matter is in the public domain. There are all of these allegations. It's not under investigation. At least as far as the MM knows, right?
But emergence on this one, I want to interject because the CFO says there's this matter is sub judice. So the CFO and the MM are not telling us the same thing, Chair.
No, but okay, colleagues, can I just because I want to have a way forward here. We'll be here until midnight, going around in circles, and I don't want to go around in circles.
Yeah, but Chair, please don't omit that the CFO said this matter is sub judice. The matter is this investigation. The MM is distancing himself.
Yeah, no, I'm going there. So So the CFO said that the matter is under investigation. You then just said not long ago that because the matter was with legal, you assumed that that the matter was under investigation. Okay. But it's not. You didn't know that for certain. So is the person from legal here? Okay, the person from legal is not here. Can I make a request then? So I heard someone talk about 21 days and 14 days. We typically want things within 7 days here. So, but I was going to bundle all the information requests together. Can we just get a straight memo of what actually happened here? So, at least from what we've heard, the person was rehired outside of procedure. And secondly, there's an allegation of a bogus offer. You know this person's line manager, right? And I think you said you declined that to authorize that offer. So we know there was an offer, right? So can we get at least to the bottom of this? Talk to the line manager. I'm sure you'll be able to do that tomorrow. Establish what happened. Send us a report. It doesn't have to be 10 pages. And then the question is why nobody thought this should be investigated at all, given that these are the facts that emerge here. Or let me put it to you this way. When you saw the allegations in the public domain, why didn't you take steps to find out if they are credible or not? That's not for written response, that's for now. Because that's what I would do. If I hear an allegation, it pertains to Honorable Skosana's area, and I am his a supervisor, I would forward the thing to him and say, Honorable Skosana, what's going on here? What happened here? And Honorable Skosana would then come back to me explaining what happened. I can decide whether I'm happy or not. All I want to know is that since this matter is circulating, why hasn't anybody looked into it?
I think that question is to the MM.
Yeah, it is to you, MM. Why didn't anybody look into this matter at all?
Chairperson, at that time, when I assumed office, like I indicated, that there was a letter from the employee concerned that she intends to resign and go to the city of Cape Town. The DMM responsible for infrastructure proposed to me that we counter-offer her. I indicated, Chair, that I did not approve that. I said if the person wants to leave, they can leave. We will then fill the position. As to whether the matter was circulating, I'm not aware, Chairperson, that it was circulating on the social medias up until a certain, let me say, organization called LACO, which visited the municipality and raised the very same matter.
When was that?
I think it was early this year, Chair, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, but then my question stands, MM. So I can forgive you for not doing anything about something you didn't know about, right? And I can also forgive you if a line manager says want to counter offer a person and you refuse. I'm sure you get that, from time to time, and you make that decision without really looking into it. So I can accept that. What I need to understand is from the time that you became aware that there's this issue with these allegations, why didn't you then look into it or ask someone, head of HR or whoever, to look into the matter? Because now it's here in Parliament with us at night. I just want to understand why nothing was done about it.
Chairperson, it's because it was never brought to me as a complaint. That's the first thing. We only investigate if there's an allegation that something has happened. Then we commission an investigation. Based on the investigation, then we will then indicate that consequence management must be implemented on the person who has committed a serious transgression against the disciplinary code of the municipality. So in this instance, Chair, I did not receive any complaint from anyone.
Okay, can I just ask that you really like send us this memo, because that's a very unusual way of handling reputational matters, because the mayor and the municipal manager are the primary reputation protectors of any municipality. When there's an allegation circulating out there, you definitely do want to know what this is about, because all sorts of other allegations arise. I am just shocked that you didn't think, at the very least, for self-preservation, for the reputation of the municipality, you need to look into it so that you are able to say there is no truth to the allegations, or if there is, then you do something about it. Because now you are here in Parliament and it's come back to bite you. That's the cost of not protecting your reputation and acting quickly. This sort of conversation gets to happen. If you had taken action, we'd be having a different conversation, which is, Honorable Madlala, we looked into that matter. This is what happened. The person is under suspension because of this and that and that and the next. And the Honorable Member would have moved on. So can we please get the detail then, since you haven't looked into it, 7 days, it's a Wednesday today. Can we please get it on Wednesday, together with the rest of the information that we're going to ask for, including actions that you have then taken between today and the time that we get the correspondence. Okay. Honorable Madlala, final word.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to close on the matter on that note that the report should come with the actions that you would have taken. You told us now that it was brought to your attention by an organization called LACO. And then you also said now that because it was not brought to you as a formal complaint. But the bottom line is that you are aware of it at some point. And that from that point, you became aware of it. Action should have been taken to ensure that it's brought to finality. You've got a person, if the allegations are true, who was irregularly appointed. That person should be suspended with immediate effect. You've got people who engaged in the process of irregularly appointing someone. And those are senior people that we are speaking about who know the process, who know what are the standard operating procedures in the municipal environment. Those people are not supposed to be with the municipality, because what else are they doing? So when you give us that report, give us together with the action, if any, that you would have taken between now and Wednesday. Then we can close on the matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Gupeka.
Thank you, Chair. Sibonga once again to our visitors from Pietermaritzburg. I think, Chair, the overarching issue around Pietermaritzburg and everything that is happening there is that Umasipala as a whole is a mess. I think we have not said that enough as the people who are sitting on this side. The reports that we get from Auditor General, SIU, and just the people on the ground who are speaking to us about what's happening in Umasipala, they speak about a damning report about what's happening there. And you would say half of the people that work for Umasipala have got no idea what Benzan. And I'll say this, Chair, because I'll piggyback on something Honorable Madonna said earlier on when I speak about abantu abangazi benzani. This now includes some of very senior management people who I'm not sure ukuthi kufika kanjani lesikhathi lesi bese employed. A qualifications audit report that was compiled by corporate services found that senior officials, including the chief audit executive, the senior manager for ICT, and the manager for tourism, do not possess the relevant qualifications for the positions that they currently hold. Now, bengizocela ukuthi uma sesiqhubeka please indulge us lapho ukuthi yenzeka kanjani le nto, because njengoba Honorable Madonna ibuzile le nto earlier, specifically about chief audit executive, uqhubeka kanjani lo muntu emsebenzini wakhe kuthuleke nje when nabantu abafika before you and I would suspect ukuthi now usuyibuzile inkulumo yokuthi lo muntu usebenza kanjani la enama challenges angaka ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani, how is he allowed to carry on? I'm not sure if it's a he or she. Ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani lokho. Mayor, idolobha lakho ngake ngakutshela siseMaritzburg, I was part of that committee. Ngathi idolobha lakho lingcolile liyabheda. Ngake ngakutshela ngathi abantu bakho all over emalokishini akho onke bayakhala ngokuthi abantu bakho abazi ukuthi benzani. Mayor, abantu bakho bakhala ngogesi, abantu bakhala ngamanzi, abantu bakhala ngemigwaqo engcolile, abantu baze bakhala ngama-foreigners agcwele edolobheni lakho ukuthi kwenzakalani. Mhlawumbe ngizocela meya ukuthi ungiphendule. Ngakubuze and awuzange uzungiphendule last time. Ngizocela this time ungiphendule ukuthi njengoba ama-foreigners and specifically abantu bacomplaina kakhulu ngama-Somalians egcwele edolobheni lakho ukuthi when it comes to them getting permits okusebenza bawuthola kanjani bona wena abantu baseMaritzburg bangawatholi. I asked you again Mayor ngathi kuwena laphana emarket opposite the Premier's office kwakunama drugs ayidayiswa lapha. Were you able to go and sort that issue out noma namanje masingabuyela khona sadayisa ama drugs lapho? That's for you Mayor. I'm not sure who's in charge of the electricity. Ngangibuzile nakhona and I didn't get impendulo yalokho. Ukuthi Ward 29 isiphawu kwakunenkinga yagesi. Isekhona leyo nkinga. Ward 34, Ward 23, no Ward 17 embali kwa BP. Nakhona kwakune complaint enkulu ukuthi ugesi lapha awukho for a very very long time. Bengizocela ukuthi mhlawumbe please indulge us on that one ukuthi isekhona inleyo. Now uma ngithi idolobha liyabheda and umasipala uyahluleka. The AG's report on Msunduzi spoke about decline in consequence management, a decline in procurement and contract management. They said the municipality is struggling with expenditure management. Key performance targets achieved was 57%. You've got severe service delivery issues. Creditor payment period averages 191 days. Poor expenditure management. Average debt collection period is haywire. 87% of accounts receivable has been provided for impairment. Mhlawumbe on that one, ngizocela ungikhanyisele mina not sure if uzoba noma CFO ukuthi if nithi 87% of your accounts receivable has been provided for impairment, kusenjalo yini? And if it's not the case, what is the percentage of that impairment right now? Insufficient provision has been made for repairs and maintenance. Kodwa sinenkinga yokuthi idolobha lonke umgwaqo yonke yabheda. There's pavement deterioration all over Maritzburg. There's surface imperfections, there's drainage inadequacies. There are segments that displayed potholes, surface cracking, edge breaking and failures, and failed patches and potholes all over Maritzburg, Mayor. You are presiding over Leonto, Mhlonishwa Mayor. You are presiding over that disaster. Umuthuli isikhathi eside angaka kungenzeki lutho. Ubona abantu bakho bayahluleka. Awuyilungisi ngani Leonto? The first question mhlawumbe ngizocela ukuthi ngiphenduleke kuyona and I'm not sure ukuthi izophendula ubani is how is the vacancy rate in the infrastructure business unit manje? Because nayo ngayibuza. Back then it was sitting at 607 that were employed. Mele ngabe kuqashwa abantu about 1040. And this is in the project management office, mechanical workshop, roads and transport and water and sanitation. I'm not sure to ban ongangiphendula lapho masinyana. Just a brief ukuthi vacancy rate yethu ila in this department.
Chair, we don't give permits to foreign nationals unless someone is investing in the city over 5 million rand. Of course, across the city, whether it's bazaar shops or any other kind of informal business, we have realized that some of them are run by foreign nationals. But upon investigations, it is our people, and I mean South Africans, who would come and apply for a permit. And we cannot deny permits to our people. I think that would cover that other part. The issue of drug dealing in front of the office of the Premier, it's a matter of us working with the SEPs and all other law enforcement agencies to deal with that, with such issues. We have had operations to deal with such. Of course, we cannot then start to pinpoint that so and so is dealing in drugs or not, unless there is enough evidence that says this is the person that is doing that, and this is where they are doing that, because we honestly cannot then start to say it is so and so or so and so that is dealing with that. We have embarked on various campaigns. We have signed performance agreements. We've just recently appointed a deputy municipal manager responsible for community services, which waste management reports directly to. Part of her job is to ensure that the city and the entire municipal area is cleaned. But equally, it is a combination of many factors that can either make the city clean or not. In other words, we have our role to play as a city through our staff to ensure that the city is clean. But like I said, it's a combination of many factors that can influence that. We have invested, Chair, in the past 3 financial years, mainly on ensuring that our roads are user-friendly. Of course, our road network, whilst the DMM responsible for infrastructure might need to come in here and give details, but all our main roads, especially in the city, we have prioritized them. They have reached their lifespan, but to ensure that we continue to provide that service, we have either have a pothole patching program, but in the main, what we have done is to resurface most of our main roads. All the roads that are especially for public transport have now been resurfaced in the CPD, and of course in the outlying areas. All those that connect communities have been resurfaced. We have prioritized them. We can account for that. We can also provide enough information of the amount of potholes that have been patched in the city and our response time when we get reports to such, because that has been our priority. Like I said, over the past 2 to 3 financial years, we have been prioritizing infrastructure.
Mhlawumbe Chair, maybe ngoba umeya uthi bayilungiselele into ama-potholes. I'm not sure singenza kanjani ukuthi sikhulume with whoever is in charge of that la. Uma kune abantu base-Maritzburg, ngoba a lot of them are watching, bene issue naleyo nto leyo. Sivele sinikeze location ukuthi lo mgwaqo la uyabheda, lo mgwaqo la uyabheda, lo mgwaqo la uyabheda. Because I've been to Maritzburg many times, sizula khona kakhulu. Le nkulumo ekhulunywa ngumeya angihambisani nayo nje, angikholwa kakhulu, because sengiyazi ukuthi mabe Maritzburg kunemoto ngeke ukwazi ukuhamba ngazo laphana because of umgwaqo wabo ngendlela ebheda ngayo, kodwa ngicela sidlule lapho. Msunduzi has a serious billing problem. Msunduzi sends inaccurate billings to their residents. Umbuzo lapho uthi kwenziwa yini lokho? Is it because of our estimates? And if so, why is that? I'm not sure ukuthi ubani ongaphendula le nkulumo.
No, sorry, Chair. No, Chair, angikho happy indlela umeya adlula ngayo kulento yama immigrants. So I'm coming from Maritzburg, Mayor, and if you recall, last time when we were at the City Hall, we raised this issue. I want to, Mayor, if you udlula go West Street, going to Pine Street, who's a Somali lapha? You meant to tell us on record that those Somalians that are there, you don't know anything about them. South Africans are owning those tuck shops. You go to a capital towers, capital center. I spoke about Mjondolo Payana parking. And most of those people that are sitting there are foreigners. You mean those shops are for South Africans? You mean retrieve West Street to Pine Street. Those tuck shops are for South Africans. I don't think, Mayor, that you are honest with us. I'm not happy, Chair, the manner in which
Honorable
we pass on this issue.
just to piggyback on Lendo issue.
Okay, so can I just, so the Honorable Dolo, thank you. I just want to just make a request. The difficulty I have is when it's on another member's time and then another one comes in. It causes difficulty. I also wanted to say, and I've stopped your clock, Honorable Kupek. I understood the mayor to be saying the people who come and ask for permits are people who are investing. So there are two categories. There are those who are 5 million and above, right? Which is those people need different types of permits. I understood that. Maybe I was reading too much into it. I also understood him to be saying that when it comes to spaza shops, it is South Africans who act as proxies for foreign nationals. That's what he was saying. If that, no, Shona, I'm just saying that that's what I heard, to say a South African will do this on behalf of a foreign national. He wasn't saying they are not there. And he was saying when a South African comes, you can't say to them, I am suspecting you that you are going to give it to a foreign national and therefore I'm going to deny you. That's what I was understanding him to be saying, and I don't know what he was saying. So it's important that when we then rebut, we're doing it on the basis of the same understanding. You understand? So I understood him to be saying, yes, they are foreign nationals, but they work with South Africans who are the ones who come.
No, Chair.
That's what I had understood.
I understood that one 100%, Chair.
No, I'm referring to Honorable Mdol.
Okay.
Yeah, Honorable Mdol. So he wasn't saying there are no foreign nationals.
No. That's how I understood him, Chair.
Okay.
That's how I understood him. But the problem is the number of foreign nationals. That you mean all those foreign nationals that are there, they pay 5 million or maybe.
Okay, no, so that's fine. Okay, so that's fine. So if you can please clarify that, but can you just do that together with Honorable Gupega's next question, because I need to complete his session.
Chair, before
maybe before Gupega, Chair, because I'm the one who raised this matter. Anyway, I'm using Gupega's time. No. So, Chair, maybe you need to do a site inspection or in local inspection.
Yes.
No, maybe as this parliament. You need to go there and do a local inspection, because what the mayor is saying, I totally agree with him, because I'm from that city. That's maybe that's what you need to do moving forward on this matter.
Okay. No, the chair of the portfolio committee is right next to me, so so that may yet happen. Okay,
Chair, now
can you keep that Honorable Mdolo's, the core of his question in mind?
Okay, now, Chair,
when you answer Honorable Kupe.
I think whatever the mayor's response is going to be, I need mayor to know to ukuthi ngizocela i-report yokuthi ke bangako 5 million asebekhokhiwe eMaritzburg bekhokhelwa ama foreign nationals agcwele idolobha. Oh no, my leader, I apologize. So I'm saying to mayor, before the mayor responds to that question about the illegal foreigners paying 5 million rand, because that's what the mayor is alleging, that all of the illegal foreigners that are all over Pietermaritzburg have paid 5 million rand, a 5 million rand investment for them to open their businesses. And now I'm saying before he answers going forward, he must be aware that I'm going to request a report of the number of the amount of money that has been paid in terms of those 5 million rands that have been paid by those alleged foreigners that are paying. And I'm going to, that same report must also contain the number of South Africans who've applied on behalf of those foreigners, because we know the section of areas that we're talking about. We know them very well. Now, I don't want Umeya to come here and mislead us here, because sizopambana ngempela and ama-rules ala parliament asivumela nokuthi simcharge for that.
Okay, before we get Honorable, I do want to, I insist on this, by the way. I'm going to stop your time, because I think there is a talking past each other. So I'm going to give the mayor of a stopped clock an opportunity to restate what he was saying, because I can tell you what you are saying now is not what he said earlier. Okay, Honorable Mayor, please go on.
Thanks, Chair. I think the Honorable Chairperson heard or captured what I said correctly. I said for any foreign national to do business in the city, they have to invest over or 5 million and above. That should be able to say to us, this is the kind of investment and these are the number of jobs that are going to be created by that investment. That's the first response that I said. That does not then say all those shops that are there are 5 million and above. I cannot sit here and mislead Parliament in that. That's the first one. I then went further and said, for the informal business, like spaza shops, and I was making an example, or salons, most of the time South Africans will apply for a business permit to operate in a certain area. And we cannot then deny South Africans as to what happens when you go to inspect to find that it is a foreign national that runs that business. It's something else. But if you, on paper, it is a South Africans that have applied for a business, we cannot deny them that opportunity, Chair. That is what I said. But maybe, let me take this further, because there's a reference to a certain area in the city. Currently, the number, I think it's about 29 cases in court, where we took a decision as a municipality, where there are, for example, illegal buildings, where there is encroachment on our municipal land, or where we find that people are not doing what they have reported to be doing, we demolish, we shut down businesses, and the property owners, and I'm saying there are about 29 cases currently in court on that, because we take action, and we are taking that action to protect the interests of the people of the city, the interests of the municipality. Remember, Chair, our infrastructure is overloaded currently because most of the time of what the people are doing on the ground. Our infrastructure is overloaded. Our infrastructure is dilapidated. Just 2 weeks we had to hold what we called an urban development in Daba to address the issues of urban decay. We are doing that because we understand the nature and the amount of challenges that we are facing as a city. We are in court as we speak, based on the interventions that we are doing. The area that the Honorable Mtolo is talking about, that is between West Street and Pine Street on Peter Maris, that is called Somalia. It does not necessarily mean that all those people who are doing business there are Somalians, but we can confirm that most of those businesses are not zoned business. It is a mixed use area, but now all of them, we can confirm it has turned into business. And we are doing something about it. They had to go to court to stop us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the internal audit unit, there's an allegation, MM, that it has become a weaponized unit to settle scores and to target people based on unfounded allegations and hatred. And as a result, there's a number of people who were investigated for allegations that were unfounded, and those people were further suspended or dismissed. And some of the cases had to have a report from the so-called forensic unit. They were prepared based on nothing but feelings of certain individuals. Are you aware of that, MM? Ukuthi sekunabantu abaxoshwayo nje spacing because abathanda osibanibani in that internal audit unit?
Chairperson, I want to confirm that I'm not aware of such an allegation. Last week, Chair, I had road shows that I scheduled to have a session with employees wherein I discuss that management do not have an inalienable right to weaponize, to target certain employees who management sees as people who are not kowtowing to their instructions. So I explicitly explained to the employees that in an instance where they are being victimized by management, they must then follow the grievance procedure that was reached by the unions and the SALGA at a central bargaining council level so that we get to the bottom of that. So
Okay, thank you.
I'm not aware, Chair. In
Okay,
relation.
it's fine. Thank you. Tell me, earlier on I had asked MM about the what you have done about the qualifications or the lack of qualifications for your CAE. What's your response to that?
Chair, indeed, not only the CAE, we have written letters to the affected employees like you've alluded to in your question. In fact, I got a response from two, from the senior manager ICT who has registered to acquire the requisite certificate or diploma or degree. The other person who has responded is a gentleman who's now working at APM who has completed his bachelor's degree. The chief audit exec has not responded. Council has, there's a report that also talked to the skills audit, which will then serve before the full council in June. It's not only for him, but for all employees, including me.
Okay.
Then based on that, we are going to take actions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, MM, thank you. Now, with the chief audit executive, that's a very critical position. Are you comfortable with carrying on with that kind of function being run by someone who's not qualified for that?
Chair, yeah. Chair, yeah, it's tough to respond to the Honorable Gubega's question that I'm comfortable as person. The SOP requires that employees must be fit and proper and have the requisite knowledge, skills, and qualification commensurate with the job that they are entrusted to do.
Aye, ngiyabonga. I appreciate the response. MM.
Last two,
I think it says a
Honorable.
lot. Okay. Now, there's an ongoing environmental and public health crisis surrounding the New England Road landfill site and the continued exposure of the Sobantu community to unacceptable environmental risks. Now, the question there is, under Section 16 of the National Environmental Management Act 17, Section 16, 17, 20, 21, 32, 53, are you compliant as a municipality with those health standards?
Chairperson, at one stage, the municipality was non-compliant. The Department of ETIA in the province issued the municipality with a non-compliance letter, and they set stringent criteria that must be followed for the license to be approved. So the municipality then got funding to do an upgrade on the landfill site. The landfill site has been upgraded and its lifespan now has been extended. And as we speak, Chair, ETIA is happy with the upgrades that were done on the landfill site. Since the upgrade, Chair, the risks that Honorable Kupeka has spoken about have been mitigated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is my final question, Chair. Before I ask the final question, Chair, I would like, there's another question I'd asked earlier about the vacancy rate in the infrastructure business unit. When we last spoke, it was sitting at 607. This was in Pietermaritzburg. And there are around 1,040 posts. I'm not sure who will indulge us on that one, but I would bundle it with this question that I'm about to ask now. There's a company called Ichashazi Construction. Now, the allegation is that that company, Ichashazi, iyazenzela kwamasipala, awukho umsebenzi engenawo. And the allegation is that it is linked to senior management ehleli lapha phambi kwami. I'm not sure ukuthi ngizothi ubani. So the question there would be, number one, ukhona yini umuntu implicated lapha kwenu to leyo company called Ichashazi? That's one. And the second one would be, ngicela ukwazi imisebenzi le kuthiwa mningi kangaka etholwe Ichashazi, mhlawumbe abantu badlala kwangami nje angazi. Or they're not telling us, they're not being the truth, they're telling us the truth. Mhlawumbe bayanisukela nje lo muntu unomsebenzi owodwa asazi. Can anyone give us a list of imisebenzi etholwe leyo company called Ichashazi Construction and the amounts of the work that that company has been given? Chair, I thank you.
Start with the vacancy rate.
Chair, I will actually, I think, Honorable Kupega, ubebuze imbuzo ewu-2 hleze engizodinga ukuthi ngiyiphendule. Oqala the first one was on issues of electricity in the specific wards. Ward 23 is within ESCOM area of supply. As I've indicated, 50% of the area is supplied by ESCOM and the other 50 supplied by Msunduzi electricity. So the other wards are actually within ESCOM area of supply. Ward 34 is within our area of supply. And the area that is actually in question is Cinderella Park, which is Ward 34. I just want to give you, as I've presented the reasons why they don't have electricity, but I just want to give you the statistics. There are 3 transformers that has failed. On those 3 transformers, there are 326 connections, and only 42 of those connections are legal and paying customers. The rest are not paying customers. And then 101 of those are people who illegally connected themselves. We had numerous meetings with them, asking them to follow the normal processes, including the amnesty process, so that they can get the transformer reinstated. And we have not actually received the appropriate response on that one. On the issue of vacancy rate, as I've indicated earlier, we are running with 34% what we call capacity rate. So we've got 66% vacancy rate at electricity. And this has been moving from 70% right up to 66% currently. 69% of those positions are funded within the priority positions. And then 49% of 49 of those positions that are vacant are actually due to natural attrition. And then 50 of those are general workers. So in total, I can say we've got about 168 positions that are funded that are not yet filled. If you look at the capacity we have plus this, you could say that we could actually move from 34% to a good 58, 60% what we call capacity rate. Unfortunately, we are still sitting at 34%. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, sorry, that's in the electricity department, ain't it? My question was in the infrastructure business unit, not just the electricity department, but I appreciate the answer, Nyabong.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regards to the vacancy that we have at infrastructure, we are currently sitting on 52%. Mainly on water department as well as road section, where we've got a number of high vacancy. Even on our PMU, we're operating almost at 50%. So that is where our mechanical workshop, we are around about 62% in terms of the number of people that we have. So we are really struggling. Hence, I said earlier on, we are at around about 52% as of end of April. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Now, on that one, mhlawumbe ngizoyisusa kuwe ngiyibuyisele kuMayor ngiyibuyisele kuMM ukuthi then we shouldn't be having these issues that we've got of lack of service delivery and everything else when a unit such as infrastructure business unit is sitting at 52% vacancy rate, because inomthelelo omkhulu kakhulu leyo department egraneni umasipala efficiently. Please, Mayor, do something about this thing. Bulk of these posts are funded. Fakana abantu abanemsebenzi. Ngiyabonga.
Thanks, Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Skosan.
Ngiyathokoza mgcini sihlalo. And I just want to once again say good evening to the mayor. In fact, all protocol observed. I'm going to ask few questions here. Since 2022, how many have you employed? If those are employed by you, Mayor?
2
Since 2022?
MMs, yes, 2.
Is it not 3?
No.
Mapolova, Katite, and Mdebele, or the other one was acting?
Chair Katite was employed in 2020 and resigned in 2021.
2021. So in 2022 he was gone.
He was not with us. He resigned in December 2021.
So you had an acting until 2022?
Yeah. When did we employ Mapolova? In 2022.
Yes, Mapolova was employed in 2022.
Mapolova resigned in December 2022.
Yes.
In 2021.
Were you the mayor then?
I was the mayor.
When Mapolova was...
Not Mapolova, I'm saying Katite resigned in December 2021. We appointed Mapolova in 2022.
Because I was not here when you started, is the chief audit executive here?
No.
The legal is not here as well?
No.
And the human, Mahlaba, who's Mahlaba? I'm sorry?
He is the chief internal.
So he's not here. Because he made some, he discovered a lot of things within the municipality. One, I'm going to start with the mayor. Is it true that some of the political appointments are made permanent in your office?
I wouldn't understand which are political appointments, but in the political office, employees' contracts are in line with the incumbent political leader, meaning that all contracts, if tomorrow the mayor were to resign, be removed, or anybody that works with the mayor or the speaker, the deputy mayor or the chief whip's contracts come to an end immediately.
Yes.
Yes, that's what is happening.
Yeah, hence I'm asking this once again, because all this, we're going to ask to have those, and I mean, what I'm asking you, we need those in writing. Because according to Mahlaba's report, there were 2 general assistants who were appointed at a salary scale of 10,371. And whilst the chief coordinator, facilitator for gender, a senior admin officer were also appointed permanently. That's not me who's saying that. That's the report of Mahlaba. At 37,143 rand 80 cent, and the other one 32,991. The other one, 27,444, respectively. That's the report. Are you denying that? Are you saying it's not true?
Chair, like I said, all contracts of employees in the political office, they are contract employees with a fixed term contract. Of course, there is a secretary, I believe it's only the secretary who is now the executive secretary to the deputy mayor, who is full-time. It's a legacy issue. I won't be privy to the reasons why such a position was made permanent.
Mayor, because of time, I'm going to again ask this question. Like I asked you initially, in your office, that's a political office, Do you have anyone, perhaps let me ask it the other way around, who's being appointed permanently in that political office?
Chair, like I said, the executive secretary to the deputy mayor is permanent, we know. That position is permanent. It's like I said, it's a legal issue. I wouldn't be privy as to why and when was she appointed and why did she become permanent. But the rest of the staff in the political office, not just in the mayor's office, are contract.
Yeah, but Mayor, I'm sitting on this one before I move. You are saying there's somebody who's appointed permanently in your office.
Yes.
And you say it's a legacy issue.
Yes.
We are not concerned about that. That is completely wrong. Hence we are saying to us that the contracts in that office are linked to the term of your office. And this one, it's a supernatural being. He remains in that office, irrespective who comes in. You know, like in Gilo, the former mayor made some remarks about that the frustrations which he had on that municipality. And I'm saying, yourself, are you happy that you've got somebody in your office, whether you like him or not, but he's there permanently?
Chair, we wouldn't have developed a policy that says all employees' contracts are going to be fixed-term contracts in line with the term of office of the political office bearers if we were happy. But the issue here is, here's someone who is now an employee of the municipality, protected by the legislation, who is part of the collective bargaining processes employed in that office. And
so Mayor, because I know these political responses, I know them. I'm a politician sitting here. But my question was very, very simple. And we are saying it's protected by the legislation in that political office, that he has to be a permanent at the mayor's office. And you say the legislation says so.
Chair, I said I won't know what made that employee permanent, the reasons behind that employee being made permanent.
Yeah, but
I won't know the reasons why.
But are you not concerned, Mayor? Because you are in that office. You didn't bother yourself of saying, but this is wrong.
Chair, the remedial action we took was to develop a policy so that we don't leave anybody with the same problem that we encountered.
But from 2022, when you were appointed, it's 2026 now.
Sorry, can you ask the mayor to please speak into the mic and a little louder, because we struggle to hear you.
Oh, sorry. So what I'm asking, since then, now we are almost 4 years, or 5 years, we are almost towards the local government election. We are still developing a policy on that?
Chair, I said we developed a policy, and that policy is what we are now implementing. It's not being developed. And I'm saying we developed that policy because we realized that there was a discrepancy that we are not privy to why it happened in the first place. But now here we have someone who is in the employment of the municipality, who enjoys the same rights as all other employees of the municipality, placed in that office.
Yes.
And they were appointed specifically for that office when they were appointed.
Let me say this, Mayor. You said the legislation allows that. That's what you said. Now, I'm not sure why are you now changing. But be that as it may, you know, you can switch off because there's You know, we had Pravin Gogodan in this country, who was in charge of many things. Hence, I'm not surprised when I'm hearing here today that somebody resigned. A month later, he came back, and I think, I'm not sure whether it's the position, the deputy city manager for infrastructure or for water and whatever, the way he explained it. But what I've picked up here, Chair, the CFO and the MM are not telling us, or they are not working together. And I'm going to poke holes on that. The MM says he doesn't know anything about the issue of the, is it the lady who, I think the CFO said there's a problem of the Cape Town offer, Fatima. And the MM say he knows nothing about it. I'm going to ask the CFO, is the MM telling us the truth about that? I'm frank, as I said earlier, because the MM distanced himself from that issue of this, I think it's a lady, Fatima. You know, because, you know, there was one Pillay who was once an acting SARS commissioner. Pravin gave him a job. He resigned before 12 today. The next day he was employed. At least it took another 20 days or so before he was, because you re-employed her. So what I want the truth on this matter. I mean, MM, are they putting you under the bus on this matter? Because we're not going to leave this matter unattended. There must be consequence management on this matter of Fatima.
Chairperson, in my response, I've indicated that the resignation of Ms. Fatima Mota happened before my time. Then when I assumed office after a month or two, there was a request that she wanted to resign and that we need to counter offer her, which counter offer I repudiated, Chairperson. That's what I said. Then the chair further asked whether there was a brouhaha on the social media that this person is forging an appointment letter. That's when I said I've never heard of such a thing. Thanks, Chair.
Now, let me throw it back to the CFO. The CFO, you heard for yourself. In short, please.
So what's the question, Mr. Kosan?
My question is, the MM says he doesn't know anything about this matter. But then because, I think it's Ngobo, am I right? She's been acting as an MM. Now the lady Fatima, who the MM say he did not agree for his employment. But it looks like the MM doesn't know anything about it. The only thing he knows is that when they send that to him, he rejected it, rightfully so. Forget about the social media issue that perhaps is not on the social media and whatever, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying, anyway, maybe it's, let me put it this way. Where's Fatima now, CFO? Was he employed again?
Chair is acting senior manager, what?
Now, I hope you understand where I'm going, Chair. The MM says he did not, he rejected that. But he's acting, he's working. She's working in the municipality. Right.
So sorry, can I just want to be sure we're on the same page. So, and it's your time.
Yes.
No, I know it's your time. Okay. We've gone over this and reached some kind of conclusion. 1, 2. I understood that she is still at the municipality. That was never said that she's not. Remember, the reason we asked them to provide us with a report within 7 days is because she is still there. It's precisely because she's still there, because there are 2 problems. 1 is how she was hired back. 2, it is also the fact that she allegedly made a bogus offer that could be, you know, that she expected it to be counter-offered.
No, but
So-
Chair,
No, no, I'm
I'm
just
getting more confused because the person who can do that, the accounting officer in the municipality, is the MM.
And
he rejected that. The MM is clear on that.
No, hang on. I am just saying, Honorable Skosana,
Yes, yes.
you maybe I'm misunderstanding. You're confusing two things. What he rejected was a proposed salary increase, not her re-employment.
So the MM agreed that she must be re-employed.
No, he was not there. I don't think you were listening, Honorable Skosana. So
No,
let me,
I'm listening.
No, but
Yeah, I
then
want
you.
clarity. Yes.
No, my frustration is that we're
Yeah.
going over the same ground we've covered. You really are.
Yeah, no, but
And I don't want to eat into your time, but there is a misunderstanding here, which
hence I want clarity, Chair. Otherwise, if I'm misled, because when I'm going out here, I'll have said to you that the MM says to us, let me talk about myself, that he rejected, whether it's a salary, that person has to be re-employed.
No.
Now your clarity is saying, no, he only rejected the issue of a salary because she found her there.
He found her there, and he only rejected
and now,
her. Yeah.
And if that's the case, I want to know as well from the MM, in your view, is that person employed legally without any advertisement? Because there was no advertisement here. It just came back because somebody, they wanted some skills and whatever. It's like Ipruskap, let me put it like that. Ipruskap, no, buya, lana, angnamuntu ngenile, uyabuya la ngoba abantu asinabo la ePietermaritzburg or eKZN. Nayo into engishoyo Chair. And ke mhlawumbe ukudlula ngiqede Chair bazophendula lezi esele zonke. When the city manager was employed or deployed as the ministerial representative MR to Msunduzi by KwaZulu-Natal Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs COPTA, MEC Thulasizwe Buthelezi, to provide technical support to the city. I just want to find out, maybe, in that was funny, Baba. I thought Mina is the council and the mayor. Bengazi ukuthi abo MEC. I know that there's a thin line. But Lana, there's that issue that mayor work introduce kuphela, but we were deployed by Thulasizwe. Is it true? Just a simple question. Is it true or is it false?
Chairperson, maybe I don't understand what Honorable Skosana wants me to respond to. If you can clarify it.
Were you deployed as an MR by Thulasizwe Buthelezi, or were you employed by the council through the mayor? The mayor is.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now it's clear. Chair, I got appointed by the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes.
In terms of Section 154 of the Constitution.
Constitution, yes.
As a technical support expert to Msunduzi. That was for a period of 6 months.
Or not as a MM?
No.
Thank you. Now let's come to this one, Chair. The DMM for Community has been acting for a year without an approval by the council. Approved by the MM despite legal opinion contrary to the decision. Is that true on that one as well? Ngabe mhlambe liqiniso hayi nje abantu basengezimthiyo.
Chairperson, I need to put context before I respond straight to the question of Honorable Skosana. The MEC, through his fiduciary responsibilities, he penned a letter to His Worship the Mayor, indicating that the Council of Msunduzi, from where he was sitting, looks like they have usurped the powers that are vested to him in terms of the Constitution. Therefore, he recommended that this interchange of people acting Mhlonga, acting Zuma, acting another person is not in accordance with the regulations that governs the appointments of senior managers and MM. Therefore, he requested that we request a secondment from him. Then we submitted CVs of 3 candidates Then out of the 3, the MEC elected to nominate a particular person. In this instance, it was Mr. Sandile Zondi
Yes.
to act as DMM Community Services.
So the issue that the approval of the DMM for community was not supported by COPTA is not true.
Is not true, Chair. Thank you.
So the DMM of corporate service now, who did not apply for the post but was appointed to the post of the DMM corporate with no qualification relevant to it, she applied for the DMM sustainable. She has a degree in arts in town planning. Is that true as well?
Chair, I'll be misleading this out. It happened before my time. I think it
As
was
well.
2012. Yeah, it was
Okay.
2012.
It was 2012.
Yes,
But you know about it?
I'm not aware. Chair.
No, but because you say it's 2012, it means you have some idea.
It happened 2012. I started last year.
No, but what I'm saying, you are aware of it. Am I right?
No, Chair.
But you are aware of the year 2012.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. So you are aware. So the forensic report that are no longer discussed at the council and UIFW has not been concluded and dealt with by the council. You know what is my problem here, Chair? I'm not sure whether there's an overreach by the MEC. For me, it's like the MEC is running this Msunduzi municipality. Indirectly so. Because the way you are explaining to say the MEC was not happy with this and that, you know, for me, from where I'm sitting, I know the constitution, these regulations, you know, the municipal finance, you know, I know all those things, you know, not that I don't know anything about it. But for me, from where I'm sitting, it's like the mayor as well has no control over this municipality. Am I right? There's a lot of interference from the MEC. I'm straight on that one. I'm not beating about the bush. Maybe politically, you know, in terms of the organizationally, it might create a problem for the mayor to accept that. But I'm going to be brutal on that, to say what I've heard from the MM now, I'm hearing a lot of interference, in my view, from the MEC, Buthelezi.
Okay, so you over your time, Honorable Discuss.
Okay, my last parting shot.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My last parting shot. The issue of Fatima is not going to go away. When we live here, that 7 days period which we have spoken about, really, for me, it's not a phase. You are not the only municipality who have that problem. There are people in this country who are indispensable or untouchable. Now, unfortunately, as professionals, as we are sitting here, because I guess most of you here are professionals, are graduates, and your reputation and integrity is at stake. Now, if you allow yourself to be used, your children and your grandchildren will be spitting in your grave to say you failed your community, because we are all here to serve. It's not about us. So whatever we are doing, the consequences is that it's not something which is for me and you. It's for generation to come, as Oliver Tambo or Moses Mabhida. Nenkinsela yasemgungundlovu will be ashamed of us. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor, you wanted to respond?
Yes, no, Honorable Chair, I think we won't be doing justice if we don't clarify the issue of the intervention or interference of the MEC in the affairs of the municipality. When it comes to the issue of Deputy Municipal Manager, Community Services, when the MEC wrote to us that letter, we complied by saying, yes, for the acting purposes, help us. But as we did that, we also sought a legal advice, a legal opinion, which came back and said the MEC is overreaching on his responsibilities. And we did that clearly understanding that the responsibility to appoint Section 56 managers rests with the municipality and it rests with council. That is why even when now this final appointment happened, as the legislature or the regulations require, we sought concurrence from the MEC on his failure to respond within a stipulated time, which is 14 days after receiving a letter from the municipality. We proceeded with the appointment. And yes, when he came back to us, the issues that were raised by the MEC are not issues that have got to deal with the qualifications or anything, but it dealt with the process towards the employment, which he, in his view, exceeded the number of days that required the municipality to have filled the position, which we have responded to that. Honorable Chair, we understand clearly the separation of powers between different spheres of government, and we are very clear when it comes to that one. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. No, Honorable Matuna, Honorable Isaac hasn't had his turn. And I also need to ask questions relating to the finances because I can see we are not going to deal with them today. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chairperson. If I might beg your indulgence, Chairperson, I might refer to some issues that I think were ventilated in detail this morning. I did, however, try to listen in on online, and I picked up on a few things. So if I am being repetitive, forgive me, but it's not intentional. It's because I was not available this morning. I'm going to veer a little away from the last discussions that have been taking place in that the municipality, somehow or the other, then this is the impression I get from what I've been reading and following, is that you're trying to emphasize that there is an improved audit outcome. Now, sure, 24-25 has been better than the last 2 financial years. We see that in the numbers and in the financial statements. But, it is my opinion, and I say this with due respect, that the unqualified opinion, does not resolve the going concern risk that has been amplified by the Auditor General. And I'm sure you would agree with me as responsible colleagues. There's obviously the 400 million rand fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which I think was ventilated this morning. There's that issue, Chairperson, if I might look at you, in the absence of Honorable CB, there is that issue of the forensic investigation deadlock, which I'm sure colleagues are aware of, but I'll try to ventilate that question, and I hope again we get just a short synopsis of that forensic investigation deadlock. So the AG, of course, flagged this going concern issue that I referred to just now, okay? And, Chairperson is not here. He wanted to speak to the financial side of things. So there's this issue of the total gross consumer debtors stand at over 10 billion rand, okay? And of course, there was, I think, mentioned this morning that there's some 74% of that debt that is more than 365 days old, more than 1 year old. So you must correct me if I'm wrong, CFO. And then I would go further to point out is that the household debtors make up some 80%, am I correct, of that total book. So if I do a little calculation just on my mobile phone, that you are collecting at roughly 83% of the outstanding debt monthly, right? You agree with me? Now, if you've worked it out, if you're collecting at roughly 83%, am I correct in saying, and you can do the calculation yourself, that means you are actually, in effect, collecting R1 for every 6 rand you are billing? Simple English. Am I correct? Or am I totally incorrect? Because if you're collecting R1 of every 6 rand that you are billing, Chairperson, you'd understand we've got a dire state of affairs here. Okay, so I've just broken it down into simple English. So my question to you, again, and then I want to move on to the next question before my time expires, okay? So what is the municipality's timeline? Please make this committee understand, and if you want to make any commitments, be great, be awesome, because I'm sure Chairperson of Kochta would interrogate it further. So what is the timeline for resolving this going concern risk which the AG is flagging, okay? And what concrete targets have you set for debt reduction over the next 12 months based on my simple exercise, again, that you are collecting R1 for every 6 rand that you are billing? So perhaps you would just like to answer that, and then with permission of the Chair, I'd like to make maximum use of my time and move to my next question. So I'll hold there, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. You know, if everything were going according to my plans, by right now, I would be sitting at about 90 to 95% in terms of collection rate. What I had set up in terms of the revenue enhancement strategy that I had presented to council, I had said that one, we need to audit all the meters in council to ensure that we are billing all our customers residing within the Msunduzi area of supply. We've started in terms of electricity, and we can see a pickup in terms of collection. We have experienced delays on the water side. We are only going to start now. So the 12 months that the chair is talking about, the honorable member is talking about, it's what we are going to use to monitor our collection. Because out of the 9 billion debt that is being owed, which is 80% of irresidential, 4 billion of debt, it's water debt. And that is why we really need water as well to be on board in terms of auditing the meters, changing the meters that are faulty, ensuring that we are billing all our customers, and also disconnecting the areas that is difficult to disconnect, as I was presenting this morning. So if we are going to implement that, we are going to improve. You will see the results starting to pick up. It won't be immediately in 12 months, but it's going to be over 3 years. Because what we have also done, we have eco-sourcing, where internal audit is assisting us to analyze all our customers that are not paying, but are on our system. We've picked up about 3,000 customers that we are currently disconnecting them, that haven't been paying for quite a while, for other reasons that we are not aware of, and we are busy disconnecting those customers. So within 1 to 2 years, we should be seeing results of collection starting to pick up. it is true, going concern it is an issue within the municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, thank you for that detailed explanation. Chair, may I carry on, sir?
Yes, you got another 7 minutes.
Okay, great. I plan to use every one of the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Well done, Mzala.
You know, ma'am, based on the discussion that we're having and what my previous question was, so again, when I looked again this morning, and I kind of tried and put some questions together during our lunch break because I wasn't here. The municipality incurred some 150 million rand in new and wasteful expenditure in the last 12 months, 2025, 2026, correct me again. The municipalities incurred another 150 million rand in new and fruitless expenditure in the last 12 months. I'm not talking in the last 3 years or in the previous financial year. In the last 12 months. Now, can you quantify this and explain to us why? In my opinion, and then you tell me if I'm totally off the track, the main contributors, I think, would include what I've heard this morning online from other colleagues, points towards fraud. There's the cancelled tenders, there's the interest, ridiculous amount of interest that was ventilated, I think by Mr. Madlala this morning. Mr. Taibo spoke to it, I think, this morning, where regarding the ESCOM debt, the Amgeni water debt, if I'm correct. Now, ma'am, you know, the reason why I asked this is because you made the statement that as CFO, you're on the ground. You're more on the ground than out of the office, which I applaud you for, ma'am. Well done, great, very proactive. But if that be the case, then how come we end up having 150 million rand of new, fruitless and wasteful expenditure just in the last 12 months? This is all so fresh. This is not all compounded stuff where individuals will turn around and say, but you know, sir, I wasn't there at that time. It wasn't there during my tenure. Fresh, 12 months. Please explain that, ma'am, and then I want to move on to the next question. Thank you.
Chair, if you recall in my explanation, in terms of my calculations, I had a plan in terms of 3 years to say within 3 years, I want to realize a revenue collection, to pick up a collection by auditing meters, by ensuring that we are billing all the customers, and by ensuring that we are changing the meters within the city. Remember, e-revenue base from council, it comes from water and it comes from electricity. And I also said to this committee that in terms of water, we are sitting at 4 billion. Now, automatically it tells you that there is a decline in terms of collection, in terms of water debt. We are not collecting enough in terms of water. Now, going back now to fruitless. If fruitless that we have here, it's due to failure for us to pay ESCOM on time and umgeni, which is caused by a low or a reduction in terms of revenue or collections that we have been experiencing. But also, it's due to employees that have been suspended for more than 6 months. Chair, you are correct. I'm on the ground. That's sorry. Yes, you are 100% correct. I'm on the ground because I want to know what is really happening, why we are not collecting. Hence, I decided to be involved in terms of the teams that are on the ground. Now, there's quite a number of challenges, hence I gave you these scenarios in terms of we need to ensure that we are capping in terms of losses. That's one part. But also, we need to make sure that we are advancing as a municipality in terms of the technology, because our customers in the city are very advanced in terms of stealing our services. You know, when you visit each and every household, every second house, it's breaching. Or they've got another ways in terms of how they are stealing, which is really costing us as a municipality. I submitted an item to council where I'm requesting that the council approves us to install smart meters where we can monitor them in our offices and be able to analyze who is buying, who is not buying, because we are really bleeding. You know, if you analyze our expenses as a municipality, our expenditure is dominated by our bulk services, which is Eskom and Umgeni. Other expenses, we have cut them to the bone, which is not correct. We've got service delivery priorities that we need to make sure that we have to deliver on those priorities. But the way the budget is such that it's skewed now.
Ma'am, okay, sorry, I apologize sincerely, but you see, I'm going to run out of time when I get such protracted answers, and the chairperson is going to say to me, you know, toffees, I've lost out. So.
You're actually over your time, but I'll give you 2 more.
Chair, 2 more. Please allow me to indulge, Chair. I apologize, but there's some burning issues I want to talk to here. I wanted to speak to, you know, there's that construction industry, the CIDB non-qualifying contractor that was ventilated. I wanted to ask, has a disciplinary process been initiated against the responsible official? What is the current status? Okay, so let's take that question together. I'm going to couple it with another question in the interest of time. I want to go back to 2 more quick ones, okay? So based on that, CIDB, 13 million rand, I think it was, or something. Please explain that. And then, of course, my colleague also alerted me to these 5 cases that were referred to the SIU, okay? Now, can you give us, the committee, perhaps an update as to where are we with these SIU cases? We might have somebody here from the SIU who would quantify what you're saying to us. So those 2 questions combined, how's that? Can you get that? And then, Chair, please, man, just 2 more after that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, through you, Chair. A quick answer as requested. We have submitted this transaction for a forensic investigation that was done in December. Thank you, Chair.
So is there no update thus far? It's now May.
I have been following up, but I know the problem that we currently have in terms of the vacuum with our forensic investigations. But from my part, I did submit and I'm making follow-ups. The MM is aware that every chance I get, I make those follow-ups. Thank you.
Okay, so you say you have a vacuum in your forensic investigation. And thank you for raising that, because you just now triggered something off. So the standoff that's going on in terms of the internal audit and the forensic investigation. Now, tell the committee, I mean, the standoff means that currently now, that misconduct is not being prosecuted currently in the municipality. Simple yes or a no, and then I will follow up. How's it?
Chairperson, it's a pity that Honorable Isaac joined the meeting late. I think we have sufficiently canvassed this question. But for your benefit, Honorable Isaac, we have indicated that the municipality is handicapped in a sense that the position of senior manager forensic is vacant. We have requested assistance from Umkongondlovu as a district, the office of the premier. We have escalated the matter when we were summoned to appear before the Provincial Executive Council of KZN. The response is to the affirmation. They have indicated that they will respond to us in writing, and second, a person who will assist with forensic investigation in the municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chair, I'm going to move towards closing. So through you, Chair, may I ask that we ask or begin to get the SIU's input and follow up on what I have just spoken about, because I think it's important that we begin to get an updated report up to the 30th of May, based on what is being said to us here, if I may.
Okay, the 30th of May is not yet here, but it's still to come. You mean 30th April?
30th April is good enough, sir. 31 May is Sunday. So
Okay, are you able to assist us, colleagues?
Thank you, Chair, and greetings, honorable members. And I would like to stand on the same protocol that has been observed. My name is Nozipo Jama, Head of Investigations at SIU KZN. The gentleman that is next to me is Mr. Vincent Tele. He is the lead investigator that was assigned to the investigation pertaining to Proclamation R21 of 2016 involving Msunduzi Municipality. I'll first provide clarity on the criminal case that was, on the criminal referrals that was submitted to the NPA during 2017. I can confirm that we referred criminal referrals against the security company that was awarded the security services contract for 2009 and 2013, and its director and the 3 former acting MMs at that time. I think the criminal case was registered during 2017, and it has since been investigated by DPCI KZN. I can also confirm that a prosecutor from SCCU was assigned to this matter since 2017. I think we are all on the same page, the Msunduzi officials that were witnesses in the matter, the SIU and DPCI and NPA in terms of the status of the criminal case. I can also confirm that we've been attending consultations with the prosecutor together with the Msunduzi officials, as well as DPCI and NPA prosecutors. The current status is that the prosecutor that was assigned to this matter retired last year, and a new prosecuting team was appointed. The team is currently drafting the charge sheets, but the matter hasn't been enrolled for trial. We have briefed as the prosecutor, as the SIU, to fast-track the process of enrolling the matter for trial. I think I've covered all in respect to, but what we also received from the IO that was assigned, from the DPCI that was assigned to the matter, is that he has obtained warning statements from some of the suspects in the matter. Yeah, so that is where we are at relating to the criminal case.
Are you happy, Mzala?
I'm happy with that, that's far, Chair. So now it's all transparent. We all have a current update. So thank you to SIU, much appreciated, ma'am. The Chair, then the 2 questions left. I'm going to give you the one to handle on my behalf. How's that? Okay? But you'll allow me then just to talk to the last one. CFO, you know, I listened again this morning and I picked up, see, I'm fond of you, CFO. I address my questions to you. I picked up this morning again. You spoke about the Indian, those were the words that were used, I'm trying to quote, okay? You spoke about the Indian businessmen, and you mentioned 4 or 5 names, okay? You seem to have known them personally or know them personally, because you can say Ashraf, but you don't say Ashraf who. You can say Muhammad, but you don't say Muhammad who. You can say John, but you don't say John who. You can say Peter, but you don't say Peter who. So you seem to know them pretty well, okay? So I want to ask you, with due respect, you also went further to make a statement, hi Marba, these people own half of Msunduzi. Correct me if I'm wrong. That is what I think I heard you say. You agree? Great. So now, ma'am, this seems to create an impression. You say they're owing municipality millions. You never quoted the number. You say that they keep on taking the municipality to court. They have the ability to delay things. But in the meanwhile, you're able to supply the services. You have to supply the services. I don't comprehend how does it work, because I know, you know, if I don't pay my bill, my services are terminated, you know. So you need to, I'm not going to waste your time to ventilate. You need to tell us who these people are. We need to know, but you know them personally. You speak of first name basis, Ashraf, Mohammed, Koos, Piet, and Paul. We'd like to know who are these people. You need to put in writing for us and send a detailed report to the office of Scopa, telling us in detail what is going on with this scenario of these individuals that own half of Msunduzi, which you do not seem to be able to collect monies from. Yet you are billing them on a 30-day basis. Something is not kosher here. And I say that with due respect, but we need chairperson to get to the bottom of that. And then finally, my question, which I'm handing to the chairperson, okay? You, sir, with due respect, chairperson, can you please explore and ventilate the famous Royal AM sponsorship on my behalf? Thank you so much for your indulgence.
Thank you. I am going to have to deflect that question too. Okay, but Honorable Isaac, you have to ask a specific question around Royal AM. Do you mind? Because I don't want a long story about Royal AM that keeps us here until 1 a.m.
Okay, great. I'm getting a shot at it. I'm not going to leave it because I was afraid you're going to cut me off. Okay, so Chair, look, I think the municipality is well aware. My little notes, Maritzburg United was in 2019, 2021, those 3 years where I think the municipality had committed to give them sponsorship of 9 million rand per year. I mean, 27 million over 3 years. Am I correct? And then Maritzburg United, if my memory serves me correct, because I love soccer, they were relegated to the 2nd division. Okay? So then a deal was done with a soccer team called Royal AM. Okay? And then they were then, there was a sponsorship agreed to by Msunduzi Municipality for 3 years, 23 to 2026. 9 million a year, totaling 27 million. Right? Now, I'd like to know and understand the specific question, Chair, is who approved the sponsorship? One, please be concise. Don't tell me council. Council approves everything. That I know, we know. I mean, don't tell me council, IBO. Who approved this sponsorship and tabled it for a rubber stamp by council? Then, with that, please tell this committee how, maybe you'd be able to answer, was that 27 million rand going to be funded? How? From which line item? That is my specific question, Chair.
Thank you, Mzala. The honorable member said concise answers, so I'm hoping we can stick to that.
Chair, let me start with the first question. The honorable member says, I know them personally. No, they are my debtors, like any other debtors. I don't know them personally. But I have an interest if a debtor accumulates a debtor's book. I will need to know the reasons why a debtor's book has been accumulated. So they've been running to the court in such a way that the court then granted them approval to only pay the current debt, while the municipality, together with them, auditing the meters and in terms of water and electricity. So in terms of their agreement right now, decision of the court, they are only paying the current. The areas that are sitting in the debtors book, we can't touch them. The moment, because it's difficult to know all these buildings that they are owning. As I said to you this morning, I'm always on the ground. When I take a list of debtors to be disconnected, the moment I touch one of the buildings, of which some of them, if it's government departments, the next day the matter is in court. It is very, very difficult. That's how it is. The matter is in court and to reconnect them immediately. That's how we are operating. Now and again, we are running to court for those matters. I had requested, in fact, this morning, I did not want to mention, but I was asked to mention the names. I had to mention. And I requested to the chair not to talk about the other details of the case, of which I can talk about in committee, because the matter is still in court. And we want to win it because they are owing us a lot of money.
Then, Chair, I think at least we're entitled to a written response to your office.
Yeah, so we've already made a request for certain information to be sent to us, a whole bunch of documents. So those will be shared with the members in the morning when you, yeah. Yeah.
The one on the sponsorship was approved by the office of, the council, but the report originated from the office of the MM at that time. So in terms of a sponsorship, for a delegation for sponsorship, it has to be approved by council. And it received that approval. But a report came from the office of the MM. We don't have a delegation as finance, but we take what has been approved and implement it.
Okay, I got it. That's the answer I was looking for, Chairperson, and I'm sorry that I have to. Now,
No.
report originated from the office of the MM, so let's allow the MM to explain. Because this sponsorship goes from 23 to 2026, which means they're currently paying it. They're currently paying it. So, can I explain a small explanation, please?
Chairperson, I think the former MM, not the current MM, presented the report to council. It's not me, Chair.
No, I get that. Okay, so the matter was presented. Is the sponsorship still on? Is the deal still on? Was it cancelled? Just tell us how it concluded.
Chairperson, one of the conditions of the sponsor was that the team must continue to play in the Premier Soccer League. In view of the fact that the PSL took a decision to relegate the team, the sponsor automatically terminated.
Okay, so it's no longer going on. Okay, I need to deal with some matters that the Auditor General had raised with us. So my worry always is that we discuss a lot of things. We never deal substantively with matters the AG came here and dealt with. So can you please give me an opportunity to do that? Otherwise, we're going to go home without dealing with those matters. And we are the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. So I beg your indulgence, members. So can I just ask a couple of questions? So there's a couple of things that I need to raise. Some of them are in the AG report, others are in the financial statements themselves. But let me start with the Auditor General's report to us. Under the procurement findings, there is one of 139 million uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. And it says one instance, which tells me that it was one contract, right? So I don't know, CFO, are you able to enlighten us on what that was about? Or one of your colleagues?
Thank you, Chair. It's the matter that we discussed this morning, which concerns the human settlement contract that was procured in 2017. There was a competitive bidding process. However, there were issues with the competitive bidding process. It was advertised, evaluated, and adjudicated accordingly, but there were fundamental issues that were picked up by AG. And in terms of that contract, we had only paid around 50-something million rand. I'll get the figures now. We then immediately, when this issue was issued by AG, we convened a meeting with management. I put all the facts in terms of what has transpired in terms of the AG's finding. And I also put a recommendation that we look at the termination of the contract, because if we do not terminate, that means we are still going to incur the remainder of the money that is still due in terms of the actual contract. We then went ahead and terminated successfully in December. At the same time, we appointed an engineer who's then going to verify the work that was already done on site, so that we can ascertain that whatever that we have paid, there is value for money and we are not owing each other anything. Further to that, I then made another submission to the accounting officer for the agent forensic investigation on the matter, so that all issues can then be dealt with accordingly in terms of the entire process. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much for this. How much of that work had been done? So when was the contract awarded? 2017?
Yes, Chair.
Was the project completed?
No, Chair, it's a human settlement project. It includes the building of the RDP houses, the infrastructure in terms of that area where we are going to then be building the RDP houses. And currently what has already been covered in terms of the scope is the infrastructure, the bulk infrastructure, the roads, and if I'm not mistaken, the issues of water as well.
Okay, so that was, okay, I'm just, help me understand the amount of time that has elapsed. So it's awarded in 2017. When are these anomalies discovered?
Through you, Chair, they were discovered last year during the audit.
Okay, so basically, but it basically hadn't really got off the ground. It sounds like if you are still at bulk infrastructure stage. Why was it taking so long, if I may ask?
Chair, Uche is aware that Msunduzi is dependent on human settlement for the funding of these projects. So as much as the department had agreed for the municipality to start the process of the SCM processes, but then when we finalized the processes, we then submitted to the department so that we can enter into a tripartite agreement. But it took the department more than 3 years just to go through that tripartite agreement, sign it, and agree to send us the money in terms of the funding. So we only got the funding late 2020. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How much had been paid over there then? It been expended?
For the current year, it was being audited. It was 48 million rand. Then there was a 6 million rand that was paid prior year.
Okay, so the 139 million listed there was it was total cost, yes, and you paid 48 million, and that's what you're doing some work into at the moment. Okay, yes. All right, thank you very much. So the other issue was the VIP toilets installed. The AG says there were beneficiaries that could not be verified. So this is under the service delivery targets, 2,925 target, 2,923. So it looks like you were too short, but there were beneficiaries that could not be verified. Do you recall having that conversation with the AG? Okay, can you just tell us how can beneficiaries not be verified?
Chair, thank you very much. We did have that discussion with the AG on the previous auditing, where we found out that there were beneficiaries that, because normally the process is, when the VIPs get installed, we go into the house. Once it is constructed, then we take the details of the owner of that yard or that house. Then our guys, then they will write the ID numbers, then they will attach, so that we call it a happy letter, to say that the customer is happy that the VIP toilet has been constructed in his property or in his yard. So it happens sometimes that you will find out there is this, what do you call it, the error in terms of writing IDs on the guys. So those were those ones where with which guys, they didn't write the proper IDs, because they look at the ID on with their eyes, then they write down the number and the owner, he signs it off. So those was those discrepancies that we picked up.
How many of those couldn't be verified?
I think around.
How many? Even if it's a percentage. How many could not be verified? Because that's what the AG says. It says some of the beneficiaries.
Yeah, about 20s, there were less than 20s. I'll copy it.
Okay, please, together with that pack of information. So if you can do that. All right, thank you. Then there was you remember the community halls that to be constructed, 3, and none had been constructed. Now there is something that looks a bit strange to me. The appointment of service providers was delayed due to BAC reports being stood down to incorporate additional requirements. And it says BAC reports. Now, there is a bid specification stage, there's a bid evaluation stage, and then the BAC is right at the end. Does anyone know anything about this? Why is it the BAC right at the end that talks about additional requirements instead of the first 2? Because the process has gone on for quite some time, and I want to know what then happens with this process, and where is it now?
Chair, thank you very much. Let me start with your last question that you have raised. That where are we now? Those halls, they are sitting around about 95% to be completed. There were 3 halls. One was Matiba Hall. The 2 were in Ward 8 in Elanskop, and one was in Oripe Hall. All of them, they are sitting around about 95%. We are anticipating to complete them this year, because the funding of it runs up until this year. So hence, as I said, that by end of April, we were at 95% in terms of construction. So we don't foresee anything on our side that will stop us not completing this project by end of June 2026.
Okay, now I'm just trying to understand. So just help me understand the space. So the point that concerns me here, before we get to, was gonna get to the where they stage, right, which you've answered. What I'm trying to understand is there's a bid specification committee, then there's a bid evaluation stage. My understanding of this is that at the bid adjudication stage, which is chaired by the CFO or somebody, which is the last stage, there is a conversation about specifications, about the need to have additional specifications. That appears strange. Now, there is it, firstly, but I'm more interested in what then happens with the process thereafter. Because if there are additional requirements that need to be made, it says to me you have to give the bidders an opportunity to resubmit again. Because there are requirements that were not there in the beginning, that the BAC right at the end of the process, long after the tender is closed, are saying that needs to be there. That's what I'm understanding this to mean. And I'm asking, how was that resolved? Did you re-advertise? What happened? Because once the process is closed, it's closed.
Through you, Chair, I think that pertains to Ward 24 Community Hall. There was a problem in terms of the construction of that hall. So the report that was coming from BAC was not coming from BEC, but it was a direct report that was coming from the end user in terms of the adjustments that they were requiring in terms of that community hall. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I am a little bit lost. Can I ask the colleagues from the AG to assist us here? Because it sounds like you're talking about a snag list right at the end. What I'm trying to understand is if there's a specification given to all the bidders on which they're supposed to bid, right, and offer a price, the BAC is later, since others have been disqualified along the way and all the scoring is done, right, then there are additional requirements. And it's possible that I am misunderstanding this process because I don't work with it, so please be patient with me. I am asking, in such instances, such as what I am seeing here, isn't it that it means you must reopen the process? Why is that going back to the BAC? And I am asking from a position of ignorance, so I won't feel patronized.
Chair, we had already completed and awarded a contract, but there were issues on the ground that were experienced in terms of the construction of that hall. As a result, we had to put it on hold because there was issues with the community that they raised that they did not agree in terms of the construction of that community hall. So the report is coming to BAC. One, we needed to suspend the contract whilst these processes were going on. Secondly, once they now need to resume in terms of the actual construction, then it still needs to come to BAC so that if there are issues that needs to be rectified, then we can do that. But we had already awarded and had a service provider even on site. They had already established and started the work. Thank you, Chair.
What were the community issues? What were these community issues? I am getting lost.
Sorry, Chair. Maybe before they answer, I'd like to come in. Now, I would like to check the facilitation process. Do you have an arrangement with the facilitation process? Did you engage any consultant to do facilitation, or because seemingly the problem here was about public participation, public involvement, so communities were complaining that maybe not involved in terms of their needs or expectations, which means actually there was a lack of facilitation thereof. So maybe I just wanted to come in, Chair, before the response to the coverage aspect as well.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mtolo. So what were the community issues? I'd just like a complete story, guys. It's possible that this is nothing, but it's becoming a long conversation. Can someone tell me a complete story of what actually happened here?
Chair, thank you very much. The planning for the construction of Oripe Hall started long time ago on the previous dispensation of councillors before 2020, before 2021. And the community was pleased that the hall will be constructed and the site was chosen and agreed upon. Upon construction, community raised issues. One was the issue around the issue of that land, is it suitable to construct a hall? Because it was close to the airport. So communities were up in arms and not happy after they've agreed previously. Then the construction was stopped to deal with those issues which were raised by the community around the area. Then when we resolved all those issues, there was an existing hall at Orib that is there, which is dilapidated, stolen roofs, doors, everything stolen. The community raised a question. After the first community agreed that a hall will be constructed, they raised issues, even on our side, they raised issues to say that why are we not revamping or upgrading the old hall instead of constructing the new one? So that is what transpired, so that we had all those delays. But initially, communities were involved, facilitation processes were done, but after, because As I said, that it happened before 2021, and the whole, we wanted to start around about 23-24 financial year. That is where the problem started.
Okay, so what happened in the end then? Was the new site abandoned and you went and you refurbished the other one? Who did that work?
It was the same contractor. The old site was abandoned, and we went to the old hall, which was dilapidated.
Okay, so this is where I think there might be a problem. This is where I think there might be a problem. And here's the problem. The scope of work for the contractor now completely changes. And the other contractors that had initially bid do not now get an opportunity to bid for the new mandate. Are we in agreement? So what happened here is that this contractor was simply, so basically you did not rerun the process. And that's what the Auditor General is raising, it appears to me. Right?
Chair, the AG is raising the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the work that was done on the previous site. And the materials that could still be used on the new site were used, but there are issues that you cannot now remove from the previous site. So they are raising that fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred.
So thank you. So that would be the second issue then. Because what I raised earlier would still stand, in that you give a contractor a completely new scope, which had not been part of the bidding process, and that is not allowed. Is it? It's not allowed, right? And when I say you, I don't mean you personally, I mean the institution, the metro, and that is not allowed. It would become an irregularity, is it not? It's not just fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It's also an irregularity. Can we agree? Okay, colleagues, you can't be quiet. You cannot be quiet. This is how I understand these processes to run. So that would be an irregularity then.
Chairperson, my view is there were two instances where we'll have to account. One, if this appointed service provider who's already done the work, sitting with the award letter and an agreement of a certain scope of work with a certain amount. If we cancel that contract, then we need to pay in terms of the cancellation, because now there's a loss of profit. So we then looked in terms of saying there is this issue that we do not want to raise any further fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then we amended the scope of work, which was then needed to be carried out on the second site. Chairperson, that is how we...
Okay, I think we are in agreement. I'm really not fighting with the justification, ma'am. Please don't get me wrong. I am just saying, and that's a matter that the AG is here. I don't know if it was missed, but in my understanding, if you're going to change the scope that much, you're not talking about a snag list. You needed to run the process again with the proper scope of what now the community needed. And you would still have the fruitless and wasteful expenditure anyway on the books. I don't need to litigate it any further, but I'm not fighting with the justification. I'm just saying an irregularity occurred. An irregularity occurred. Unless you want to tell me it didn't. I can ask the AG colleagues, isn't that how these processes are supposed to run? Isn't it?
Just one question.
Sorry, Honorable.
Yeah, so if you actually have a problem in terms of agreeing that there was a problem because the chair has raised the issue of a scope several times, I think there had to be a bill of quantities before you awarded. So where did you base that? So you base on what? So when you actually appointed that contractor, because in my view, I think actually, although you had already spent on the first hall, so but there was going to be a complete new BOQ. So before actually you appointed that contractor, which means actually the share is correct. The share is correct. So I'm surprised, but let's maybe the.
No, we'll ask the AG to report back to us. But in any case, in my view, an irregularity occurred. So for the sake of time, let's move along. So can we just talk about the financial health? So one of the issues the AG has raised, and I will read what the AG has said: creditors were greater than available cash at year end, indicating liquidity pressures and potential inability to meet short-term obligations. Can I just ask, in terms of your policy, what is the cash cover that you should have? What should be your cash cover?
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of the norm as per National Treasury, our cash coverage should be between 1 to 3 months. However, the municipality, for the year in question, it was sitting at 1 month. Thank you.
So it was sitting at 30 days. Okay, which is why that conversation about those old property rates that Honorable Isaac was referring to is so important, because I think it would improve your liquidity position, especially if the data becomes up to date and starts paying on a regular basis. I just want to be certain, and I kind of need to bring this. You mentioned in the morning session that the same data sometimes sends an alleged proof of payment, which turns out to not be accurate. Is that the case? Have you had a case like that? You sound like you're not able to answer this question.
Chair,
Or is it part of your legal proceedings?
when the CFO said there are some issues that we would like to discuss, not publicly.
Oh, I see. Is that what I've just done? Am I okay, I'm exposing your case. I apologize. Okay. Okay, no, I'll move on. So there are some additional issues, colleagues, which are in your financials, and I will say what notes I am referring to, so that there are just a couple of issues, and then I will leave you. Okay. Can I just ask about your? So how do your? I'm just looking for the number, the impairment number on your fines. There was a number. It's just that I can't find it now. I've been scrolling a little bit. There is an impairment number on your fines. It's close to, I think it's just over 180 million. Would that be bylaw violations, or that would include traffic fines as well? You do have an impairment number. I'm sorry that I can't find it now. Okay. Can I just, as a general matter, so do you guys issue citations for bylaw violations? Fines. They're in the financials. There's a number there, and it's a big impairment. Yes, please.
Chair, you are correct. In terms of the fines, those are relating to traffic fines. As the municipality, indeed, there is a challenge in terms of traffic fines being collected on time. Hence, when we are doing the financial statements, we also do some impairments on all the revenue issues, including traffic fines. Thank you.
All right, can you just, and if you were watching all these proceedings, I've noticed a trend, which is between municipalities and R2, there seems to be a difficulty collecting this money. So can somebody just explain to me how the revenue arrangement works between the municipality and R2? And so who gets how much percentage out of this? And what accounting treatment do you do? Are you writing off, are you impairing your portion or are you impairing the entire thing?
No, we are not using R2.
Oh, you don't use R2. So these are so how does the, okay, so how do the infringements then register on the R2 system? Or that doesn't happen yet?
No.
Oh, they're not integrated yet. So these are for your own account, and you struggle. Why do you struggle with the collection, if I may ask? I'm asking because you've got people who, like, maybe you've got cameras, you've got do speed traps, people write out things and get cool drinks sometimes and that kind of thing, and then you don't get the money.
Chair, in terms of the traffic, there are issues there which the municipality is working on in terms of ensuring that the traffic officials do collect. There are areas which internal audit has also identified and is also busy with, where we find that the traffic officials do not even return those books timelessly.
Okay. Can I just ask that you just do a proper audit of this, because it appears to me, and knowing South Africa the way we all do, the usefulness of these books serves two purposes. One is for the officials to use it as a stick to threaten people to give them cool drink. And even in instances where they've written out a fine, nobody really cares, because I don't think it's the traffic officials who must collect this money. It is that goes on to the revenue side of the organization and the sheriff's office and so on. That doesn't appear to be working. This can't be brushed off, because the number I saw, it's just a pity I can't see it now, was about 185 million potentially to be impaired. If you take that 185 million as an example, you then add it to the 200 and some odd million we're talking about, already you're gonna start getting close to $500 million. And we can go through the financials and pick up a lot of smidgens of money that you can actually get, which would transform your finances. So what I'm just asking for is that it doesn't appear that there is a sort of a granular focus on collecting as much of the money that is due to you as possible. Honorable Skosan?
I don't want to disturb you, Chair, but there's some follow-up question which were not answered later once you're done.
Okay, no, I'll be quick. So the other thing I wanted to ask, so some of your contingent liabilities include a gazillion court cases going back a very long time. You notice that? The contingent liabilities begin, some of the cases, so this is on your financials, the contingent liabilities amount to 197,568,957 rand, up from 176 million the year before. So there's this whole raft of court cases, and there's something I'm not understanding. So, and they are neatly put out by year. The oldest is 2008, which is 18 years ago. Is anyone responsible for cleaning up these things? Is this register even accurate? How can a court case be running for so long? And it's not the only one. I mean, in 2008, there's quite a few. So there's there's Nzaba versus Msunduzi, Zuma versus Msunduzi, Singh versus Msunduzi. It's various amounts, 73,000, 100,000, 69,000, etc., etc. It appears to me that these matters are not being resolved, and I don't know where they've disappeared into the court system. Have you guys audited this contingent liabilities register to see that it's accurate? And these matters struck off the roll or something? 2008. Does anyone know?
Chairperson, the cases that you are citing there were brought before council with a view, because we are from a school of thought that says matters must then prescribe. Council then agreed. What we have done is to request the Department of Justice to assist us in terms of prescription of these matters, because they are long and they are now ballooning our contingent liability register.
Yeah, can I just ask, and please work with whoever that you need to work with in order to just clean these matters up. So, okay, last one from me, and then we're just gonna get the follow-up questions from the members, and then we done. I apologize. I just needed to be faithful to what the Auditor General put a lot of effort in doing. And it would be a travesty if we didn't follow up on that stuff. So, are you colleagues aware, do you do regular skills audits in the municipality? It is a simple question. Do you do regular skills audits?
Indeed, Chair, we are doing it. Last time I checked, there was a skills audit questionnaire that was circulated for all employees to fill in. The view is to capacitate those who do not have the requisite skills and knowledge to perform a particular function. Thank you, Chair.
All right, when was the last one done? At least when was the last one completed and presented?
It's done annually, Chair, and now that we are facing a new financial year, we're going to do one so that we get money from LGCTA to capacitate our own employees.
All right, thank you. Would you be familiar with one done by an governor, advisors skills development, and produced on the 16th of January this year, 2026?
Chair, I will say I will not have sight of that, but I know it's an ongoing thing that is done by corporate services.
Okay, would anybody know here about it? Do you know Mr. Governor, designation advisor skills development? You do know, so this is a person that exists, so it's not fiction. Okay, it appears that Mr. Governor did a skills audit, and the skills audit appears to have indicated that there is a whole raft of people who do not meet the requirements, some at management level. Are you aware of that? In fact, there are quite a few that have been sent to us, some from 2023. I'm not going to mention people's names here, but there's like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's lots of people that are active here, and they are very senior in their roles. Some of them, for instance, one is a chief engineer not registered with a professional body as per job description, right? No metric certificate in personnel file. Maybe that can be resolved. There's like a whole lot, like no metric certificate in personnel file, not in possession of a relevant qualification as per job description, etc., etc., etc. So there appears to be a whole bloodbath of people who don't have the requisite qualification. Now, I just need, isn't it a skills audit meant to, sorry colleagues, I know you kind of, you need to maybe talk, but can I finish the question? So, my understanding is that a skills audit generally assumes that the people that are enrolled generally do qualify, but in terms of the evolution of the work, technology, legislation, etc., there may be gaps, and therefore you need to fill in those gaps. But this appears to be cases where people wholly do not qualify for the roles for serious reasons. And I know you joined there after 2023, but this one is from 2026. I know I'm looking at 2023 right now with all of these, and I suspect these people are still there. What do you guys do in those instances where people just, don't have the requisite qualifications for the job?
Before they answer, just a simple question.
Yes.
Maybe just before you answer, who employed those employees that do not qualify? Who actually employed them?
So, Honorable Mdolo, so they come from right across the organization. The thing is so widespread that I think if you ask, you'll find that it's everybody. Yeah. Honorable Skosan and Honorable Gupek, do you have follow-ups? Yes, please. Okay. Yeah, okay. Everybody has a follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. I know you tend to be very diplomatic in instances like this. So allow me, Chair, to help you, such that we give context to what we're talking about here. Qualifications audit report, and these are the people who are not in possession of a relevant qualification as per job description. Senior Manager, ICT, Senior Manager, Expenditure Management, Chief Audit Executive, GM, Community Services, GM, SD, and CE. I don't know what that is. That one is not in possession of a relevant qualification. Manager, Tourism, Manager, Logistics, Manager, Youth Development, Manager, Business Optimization, Manager, Water Services Authority, Manager, APM. Now, these ones they have no matric certificate in personnel file. This is Manager, Water Services Authority, Manager, APM, Manager, APM again. These are two different people. Manager, Administration, Manager, GEVDI, Manager, Environmental Health, Manager, Archives Registry and Information Management, Chief Legal Advisor, as Senior Manager, Office of the City Manager, Chief Engineer, Revenue Management. Now these ones have got, they are not registered with a professional body as per job description. Chief Engineer, Electrical Planning, Senior Manager, Recreation and Facilities, Senior Manager, Waste Management, Senior Manager, SCM, Senior Manager, HR, Senior Manager, Budget. And I'm not sure if this is accurate or if we're still speaking about the same one, CFO. Now, if the people of Pietermaritzburg were to be privy to this information, that their whole senior management team is either not qualified, some don't even have matric certificates, what are we saying? What are we doing? What kind of a municipality is this where the senior management is not qualified? Everyone is not qualified. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Skasan, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, Chair. I think there was a question. I'm not sure whether I've missed it or they've missed it as well. There's two things, my follow-up and my last one, Chair. This issue of litigation, the issue of 487 million, which was set aside, for a municipality, it's a huge figure. I just want to ask, in terms of litigation, because the SIU instituted the civil litigation of the value of 554 million rand against parties connected to the fraud at Msunduzi. And there was that contract of 487. I just want you to in short, explain what was happening there. Why do we have this litigation? That's an SIU issue. Two, that what they call it, Harewood housing, that there's a delay for 6 years. Chair, it cannot be a delay for 6 financial years for those 1,000 houses. where it's 40% completed, ongoing, and whatever, you know. And my last one, a company or a person called Siku. Yes. Can you please explain, you know, because there's many issues around that name. You know, I'm not going to go much because I think what does it do for the municipality? You know, yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There is one other hand, Honorable Maduna and Honorable Neil May.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, it would not do justice if we don't clarify, especially the issue that would have canvassed, the issue of bonuses, because we have tried to peruse and go through the act, and it specifically states that the packages that consist typically of a basic salary, which should be about 60%, travel or car allowance should be 20 to 33%, pension contribution and medical aid. It then goes further to explain on the performance bonus in terms of how they should be accounted for. So it's very important that I must touch on that, because the explanation that the CFO would have given doesn't hold waters. And I think we would need to get their appointment letters so that we'll do the calculations ourselves. That's one. Two, Chair, I wanted to check, I would have asked a question before we took a break, that the more than 200 million that is owed by Mohammed, the CFO would have said to us, is working with some municipal employees to make sure that he frustrates and he does not pay. Now, I would have asked, how did they identify those employees? Secondly, what they have done to those employees who are working with this Indian gentleman to make sure he does not pay the municipality. And lastly, I want to ask, with this one, I'm quite, and I still, if we had more time, I would have canvassed more issues, but this one should be my last one. Now, the chief internal audit, now we have established that he has a diploma. Now, my question, how did he become a Section 56 manager?
All right. Thank you. Honorable Neil May. Thanks, Honorable Madun.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to find out, and there was quite a long, what we found from the Auditor General with regard to ICT. How many cyber security incidents have you experienced in the last 5 years? Because the Auditor General is basically saying that you have weak cybersecurity controls, you have aging infrastructure, there's a total of 1,576 user computers and servers that were running on outdated operating systems, while 224 unlicensed software installations were identified, including 111 IT assets not recorded on official asset registers. So that's just, I'm just taking a snap out of it. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. So you've noted all of those questions, right? Okay, can we just complete this skills issue? So this skills audit report, are you aware? You said you're not aware of it, MM. This is from January. And it's supposed to serve at EXCO, that's what it says. And EXCO would be you and your colleagues sitting here. It appears that it was produced and then it never served before you. Colleagues sitting here. It appears that it was produced and then it never served before you.
Chairperson, I can confirm that there was no skills audit that was commissioned in the year 2026. However,
no, it appears to have been commissioned last year. When I look at the date, it says 16 January, which says to me the work was done in 2025. Okay, so let's do this. We will make the document available to you. Okay. And you need to tell us what your version is, right? Okay, and then we can take it from the, but here's a question that I have. Let us assume that, so you're also saying then that the list of people that are said not to have qualifications, would that be a fabrication? You're not aware of those kind of gaps in the organization?
No, Chairperson, I am aware that certain employees were highlighted as having a deficiency in terms of the requisite qualification for the position that they occupy. I made mention of the fact that the CAE, the senior manager ICT, and another manager who was in the office of the mayor.
All right. Okay. You know, not that. Okay. Oh, wait. Can I complete? Can I just complete? On this one. Yeah, on this one. No, I just want to complete my question. So, in an instance where somebody doesn't have the qualifications for a role, what is supposed to happen?
Chairperson, then it will seem that we need to nullify the appointment, but we need to follow due process in terms of nullifying the position that the person occupies.
Okay, are you certain about this? Because I don't want you to also come back to us and say, oh, I wasn't sure of what I was saying. And I'm asking in general terms now. What is supposed to happen then? You're saying that those people are supposed to be nullified?
Chairperson, there's a long process. We need to go litigating in order to ensure that we nullify the position that they occupy. Because in all intents and purposes, when we advertise, we indicate that people must submit their academic qualification. And in instance where a person has lied when making an application and it is now found that he has lied, then the position will then be reviewed. That's why I'm saying we need to go the litigation way, Chairperson, in order to ensure that we nullify those positions.
All right. Okay. So is there somebody, Miss L.I.M. Molap? Is that person here? Oh, okay. Do you know that person? Okay, this is signed by that person.
Maybe we need to understand why she's not here. I think because she forms part of their top management, am I correct? Maybe we need to be told, because there are critical people that are not here. The head of legal is not here, and Bolapo is not here, and the chief audit executive is not here. Maybe how was this delegation selected? Because key people are not here. Thank you.
All right. Okay, no, thanks, Honorable Dodd. You were going to say something,
Yes,
May.
Chair, because I think we just need to bring content into the report signed by the DMM Corporate Services. At EXCO, there was a question, but that's the executive committee now chaired by the mayor. And that's where the report is supposed to serve, and yes, it has not yet served. The reason why we said the DMM must provide us with that report was because when she brought a report, I think that report was dealing with issue of vacancies. She did mention the issue of deviations from requirements, which councillors said, no, we need to get proper information. Please submit a report where there was any deviation or any request by any manager to deviate from the requirements of a post, if any. That's when this report, which is an old report, because in that, as she was being asked questions, she did mention 3, and that is on record in a ex-committee. She did mention 3 people who she says that there was a deviation when they were appointed, and I'm sure they are part of that list. And we said, no, bring the whole list of employees where there was any deviation. And I think that's where this report comes from. It has not yet served to the structure that really requested it, which is the executive committee, for it to be processed to go to council. We are still awaiting that report, and I believe when it comes before us, we will be in a position to deal with that, because if for any reason there is an employee that is employed on a position that they do not qualify, then when that report came previously, an action should have been taken, and yes, we are awaiting that report now, Chair.
Okay, it is signed 16/01/2026. So you're saying to me it just hasn't since then? I'm telling you, 16th January 2026.
Chair, the report that I'm reading now, the inquiry is from, I think, Municipal Manager L.H. Mapoloba. This one is dated 16 July 2023. So now, if the mayor is going to say that the one that was commissioned last year and was concluded this year has not reached his office, I want to know, has this one reached your office, Mayor, the one from 16 July 2023 that was commissioned by Umapolob? The one that has, and you are speaking about 2 or 3 senior managers. This one is talking about, how many is it? 26 managers. And I'm not happy with you saying there are deficiencies in the qualifications here. You've got a senior manager, I'll just pick one off the roll. Manager Environmental Health, no matric certificate. Manager Administration, no matric certificate. Manager Water Services Authority, no matric certificate. That's not a deficiency. A deficiency is something that is minute, something that you could possibly even overlook. How do you have a manager that is running the water infrastructure of a city with not even a matric certificate? No, no, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I know that the time is no longer on our side. But I'm sorry ngoba abanye ngeke bangizwe, but ngizoyikhuluma ke ngesizulu ke le.
You are killing
it's very
Mzala.
unfortunate, Chair, that the mayor as well is condoning what we are talking about here. He's saying, the mayor, to us that there were some deviations. There's not a deviation on requirements. 2 things, Chair, when I was sitting in Adok, and I'm still sitting there, we asked SBI a simple thing: have you passed or you have not passed? There's no issue of deficiency here. If those metric certificate or any diploma, because when you advertise a post, there's requirement, and you have to make attachments, and you have to verify that. Otherwise, it means we are running a municipality here. We are playing, as I was saying, it's not about us. But you can't have 23, if it's true, but I think at 26, you've agreed, even the chief audit, yeah, the engineer is not registered. It can't be a mistake. And I think my colleague is correct to say in 2023, there was that report. Now in 2026 in January, there's another one. And there's no way that the executive doesn't know about that. Unless that municipality is personally, it belongs to some special people like the one in Bloemfontein, in the Free State. You cannot hide something which is public. Is only one person who knows about that. And you agree, CFO, that you know this governor. And unless he is fraudulent, this report which we have is fraudulent. But the way, Chair, let me leave it for you.
Please. So what it appears? So it appears that there was some reference in a meeting to a skills audit having been done before, and this person was asked to produce. This is what they've done. So it kind of makes sense the way it's formulated here, because there is the note of 16, the memo of 16 January. is a cover note to the 2023 one that they were referring to in your meeting. What I'm just baffled by is that you still haven't seen it, because it appears from your account that you asked for it. And this is signed on the 16th of January. It's now going to be June next week. You still haven't seen it. It appears that it just disappeared and nobody asked for it, and it's now ended up in Parliament with all the members. That's what has happened. That's how we know about it. And you colleagues don't appear to know anything about.
No, we are not allowed to.
Okay, please. No, I asked earlier. No, you must put up your hand, though, CFO. That's why I've been looking at Mayor. That's fine. So please. Okay, so Honorable Skosana, that's fine. But colleagues, if you want to speak, please put up your hand. I will not be able to tell that you want to speak. Thank you, sir. Now I can point to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to declare that my name is not in the report. I just want to declare that first. Chair, the skills audit, when you do the skills audit, you don't do the skills audit from your office. You actually go to people and request them that they supply their qualifications. And you actually set the parameters, that these are the parameters, and then you check against what they submit to you. There was a skills audit that was done, which year was it? By COCTA, 21-22. And that was the skills audit where we were requested to submit our qualifications and our experience and everything, and there was a report that was produced to that. And this report is actually claiming that people do not qualify. I'm not going to talk about people that are outside here. We've got Dr. Tutu Gambo, who has a PhD and a chartered SCM practitioner. She is actually in that report. You've got quite a number of people that are qualified, that you've got CFO who's got a master's degree, who is actually in that report. And as a senior manager of Msunduzi, I haven't seen that report. And it's actually detailing a number of my staff that are in that report. I have not seen that report. I have not verified that report. And now this is actually in public, where everyone now is going to say, we are failing to deliver because you've got people who are not competent, which is actually not accurate.
Okay, no, hang on, honorable members, hang on. So,
Chair, please.
You are, please, colleagues, can you, I have not, nobody has walked out of a meeting without speaking. Okay. That's fine. So we're beginning to get somewhere, because you know what my difficulty is? I kept asking without going into the report. If anyone knows anything about this report, nobody put up their hand. Nobody put up their hand to say, can I speak to this report? I am now discovering in your answer that you actually know something about it. And it wouldn't have taken us this long. Because I've been looking, remember, your principal is the MM. When I look at the MM, I expect the MM to say, so-and-so, can you please answer? Do you remember at the beginning of this meeting, I said, these are the generals. They determine who answers. Do you remember that? So I'm not doing anything that I haven't been doing all day. So it appears that this report, somebody finally knows something about it, about this document, because I did even ask if it's bogus. So can now somebody speak to this report? Because say you appear to have seen it or not.
Chair, please, Chair, please allow us. You said that in this report, you mentioned names. You know about this report. You can't say you have not seen the report, because the name you are mentioning, and my colleague, the way he said, he never said the CFO who has a PhD degree or master's degree, that he doesn't have. No. You didn't listen. You didn't listen. Please. This report is not commissioned by us. It says the CFO is not registered with the professional body as per job description. And I want to say to you, say, when you want to have a skill audit, I don't have to come to you. There's files in the office. Yes. I don't have to come to you and ask, give me your CV, as if you are applying for a job.
And how did you get the job?
It's simple. If it's not in a file, I mean, if somebody, you know, we are not accusing you. We want the truth. We want the truth. Remember, it's not personal. Let me repeat that again, and the mayor and chair. It's not personal.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Skosana. So can I just get one final word on this? Because we have to have a way forward. Honorable Matuna, please, it's late in the night. Can I, because I need to have a way forward. So is it your position, and I'm gonna look at you, and then you can decide, is it your position that the document we have, none of you have seen it? So is it your position that none of you have seen this document?
Chairperson, I can confirm that we just heard when the honorable member Gupega mentioned names. Then we were perplexed.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Can you then please do, because we can fight about this until 3 a.m. Can you, so we've given you 7 days. Can you please locate this report? 1. 2, you look at its contents and you go through each of the conclusions against those people and you tell this committee what is accurate and what is not, and where it is accurate, what steps are being taken in line with what it says. Can you please do that? Okay.
Chair, I didn't mention any names, Chair. I mentioned positions, not names.
Sure, that's fine. But can you? So we'll finish with a copy, but first authenticate, because I asked you if you know this person. I try to avoid going into, because I wanted to authenticate. Okay.
To M as well on this one. He said that it's going to take time. There's a process for him to do so, but he's aware of the 3. Thank you.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay. So, Honorable Matuna, you are the last one. It's late.
No, Chair, again, this question keeps on not being answered, and I'm going to answer it. I'm going to ask it again.
Which one? The follow-up you asked?
Yes, about...
No, I'm coming to it. I'm killing this part because your follow-ups, none of you have been answered. So I'm killing this part of the discussion so that your follow-ups can be dealt with.
On the highest paid, after
yes,
the highest paid person is in chief internal audit, and he has a diploma.
The salaries issues.
He's getting 2 million with a diploma. So I want to understand, how did it happen? At least I was an auditor, and I knew that I had more qualification than him, and I did not get close to 2 million. So I'm trying to understand, how did this person with a diploma ends up earning 2 million? How did they become Section 56 managers? It really worries me, Chair.
Okay, all right. Okay, so colleagues... Okay. Can we answer that? So can we now, do you remember those follow-ups you were noting down? Can we deal with those follow-ups so that we know we are done? Do you remember? I went around the table and Honorable Nelme asked about IT. You remember that? Just as an example. You were taking notes. I hope you still have those notes. You look worried. I'm trying to get you home.
Chair, I will not deal with the issue of the salary, but I can assure this committee that the chief executive, what do you call it, audit is not a Section 56 employee. That I can assure you. You'll see on our report, all the Section 56 employees appear on that report, Chair. I can assure you on that one, Chair. I will allow them to deal with the issues of salaries and all other issues. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And your colleagues, you were taking notes when the members were asking quick. Can we please deal with those questions, please?
Through you, Chair, there were 3 questions that I would like to respond to. The first one was an issue with the 400 million rent that we have been discussing since this morning.
Members, please, we can hear you speak, and it's disturbing our witness.
Chair, that matter refers to the matter that was reported by SIU. That is the 400 million that the member was inquiring about. So the matter that was addressed by SIU, that's the matter. Can I proceed? Okay, thank you. Yes, that's the matter that was dealt with by SIU in terms of the reports that I believe was submitted to the committee. Then in terms of the delays, in terms of the Haywood project, also I did allude to the fact that the processes were concluded in 2017. However, the department took longer in terms of concluding the tripartite agreement and also the funding. So there was no funding that was sitting with the municipality. We were waiting for the funding and also waiting for the tripartite agreement. Those two documents, they came through towards the end of 2020 after a few years of concluding the SCM process. 2017, 18, 19, 20, yes. And even then, they did not give us, even today, the entire funding. They only gave us a chunk, which was then used. So they did not give us the entire amount.
So they lied to our people. Thank you.
Yes, that one I'm 100% sure that we have not received the entire amount. The issue of the service provider, Utashaza, the contract was procured via the normal SCM processes, which is our competitive bidding, but we are happy to provide the records that can back that information up. Thank you, Chair. I'm aware of a circle that is an implementing agent, but in this context, I'm not too sure what the matter is relating to. I will need to get the facts so that I can be able to respond accordingly. But I am aware of a certain implementing agent that is Isiku. I think we recently, 5 years ago, appointed them to construct some RDP houses. I am aware of that one. I'm not too sure whether it relates to that.
I think the CFO is answer that as well. She can answer that, honestly speaking. She knows. So, should not be that. Okay. Knowing the name and that they were given something, but we want the meat. Write it down. Or you can write it down.
Yeah. Please send a written response. We're gonna be here at 2 a.m. Can we go through the list? There were other questions. Yeah, cyber security, please.
Chairperson, I don't want to mislead this August House. Can we request that we package this with the information that must be submitted by us within the period of 7 days or 14 days as you have concluded?
Would that relate to Honorable Neil May's questions?
Yeah, it's the one that relates to how many cyber securities have we experienced within the last 5 years.
Cyber security incidents?
Yes.
Okay, all right. No, you can do that. Okay, all right. Colleagues, it's late. It's very late. And I think our visitors are about to die. No. Some of us have very early mornings. Sorry?
They will accept that we are not answered some of the questions, especially on the issue of Section 56. Employees that are shown here on financial statements, Mayor, according to the requirements of CRAP, here are only Section 56 employees. Hence, I'm asking, and your chief audit executive is number 3. And then I would have asked on the issue of Mohammed, the employees who are working with him, how they were identified and what they have.
No. We have to answer those questions, yes, because we said we're just dealing with the follow-ups. Sorry, Honorable Matun. So just to crystallize, there is the issue of the chief audit executive. GRAP says you only list section 56 employees. The mayor says the chief audit executive is not, but is listed. So there is a mismatch there. Please clear that up. Secondly, the employees that were said to be colluding with the data. Yeah, that related to that issue. So it's just those two. If we answer those two, then we go. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So there were 8 employees within the revenue section that were identified to be colluding with different customers, wherein you'll find that we have disconnected the customers and they haven't paid the 20% or 30% that is required as per the policy, but they will take money from them and add them on the reconnections list. So what we did on our side, as soon as that was identified, it was referred to internal audits for investigation, and we did cooperate in terms of providing all the necessary information for investigation. The employees were temporarily placed on suspension, and then after that they were moved to other departments while we were waiting for the consequence management to be concluded. Thank you.
Are those the employees we're talking about in the morning? The ones that you're getting death threats on?
Okay, on these ones, I haven't heard of any threats, but their cases have not been finalized. Thank you.
All right, I will send a written query on that. Can we deal with Honorable Maduna's questions?
Chairperson, the issue that Honorable Maduna is concerned about, I think if it's listed is an incorrect listing. The chief audit executive, it's a bargaining employee. I think it's a task grade 16 or 17. He's permanently employed. In terms of the organizational structure, the MM is up, then those that reports to the MM are called DMMs and the CFO. Those are the employees that we normally refer to as Section 54A and Section 56. So in respect of the Chief Audit Exec, he's a permanent employee. We're sorry for the incorrect listing, Honorable Matuna. Thank you.
Okay, so can I just make a general point? Do you remember that bonus issue that we were talking about? Do you recall? Yes, the 13th check issue that was called a bonus. Incorrect entry on the financial statements, right? Now we're talking about this one. Incorrect listing on the financial statement. No, but CFO, you can't shake. I'm not making this up. It's just been admitted. Yeah, though.
Chair, if I may come, as I'm the one that is preparing the financial statements, it must be noted that when we prepare the financial statements, we take into account the best practices, we take into account GRAP, we take into account all the relevant legislation. I don't know why the members maybe were looking that on the heading itself. It's just saying on note 46 is disclosing all the employee-related costs. There was no subject that says Section 56. So we did not say CAE is Section 56, but we disclosed, if you look on the note 46, is for the all employee-related cost, where we disclosed all the remuneration. Thank you.
No, honorable members, we're not going to have another long conversation about this. Can I just... No,
This is a GRAP issue.
But
I can't let it go.
I'm about to deal with...
The preparer of financial statements.
Yes.
Correct.
You are not giving me an opportunity. This is what happens. So when you put up your head, you are assuming that I am not going to deal with a matter. That's a problem. What I was going to say to you, sir, there is a general issue with the financial statements. Even with your explanation, you are actually not assisting yourself. You're not assisting yourself, and here's how. If you have to explain it to us here, and it's not in the financial statements, it means it's too late. You do recognize that, ne? Because you can't go around explaining to everybody who reads the financial statements after the fact. You understand? The expectation, and we've looked at several municipalities, the expectation here is that there is a certain category of employees who must be listed, and you can't fault the members for making that assumption and asking the questions that they ask simply because you decided to do it differently. You understand? These questions are justified because of what the statutory expectation is. Right. So that is the first thing. The second point I was going to make is that there is an issue, though, and we've seen 2 instances, in fact 3 instances, and I'll mention them. One was the bonus stroke 13 check issue. Again, if we must have a long conversation about it, there is a problem, therefore, with how the financial statements are presented, in that you must always write what you mean to say. You must always write what you mean to say. Because when you don't, it actually becomes a misstatement. You do accept that. Right, you can't say I killed him, but what you mean is you actually won a boxing match, but they are still alive. And then later on you say they're not dead. I just meant it figuratively. That's what you guys are doing here. So there was a bonus issue. There is now this section 56 issue. Then we spoke about the impairment, you remember, the contingent liabilities and the need to clean it up, and that you remember that. What it says to me is that there are potentially several misstatements in the financials, and you need to look carefully at your processes of how you put this, because you can't keep explaining what you really meant. They are supposed to mean what they're supposed to mean. If you have to explain, there's a problem. So I'm not saying you're lying. I am saying there's a problem. And so don't be defensive about it. We've gone through several of these things. So can we then get, in respect of the issues raised by the members, as part of that written submission, what the real situation is and how it's going to be rectified? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, honorable members. It is late. Yeah, sorry? No. Okay, no, it's fine. Close, but don't make it long, please.
No, thank you, Chair. In closing on this matter, the cost-related issues do not specify the only space, according to our understanding, which we are contending, where you specify the positions. There could be a lot of costs, but it's section 56 employees, right, Madon? Now, the other question would be then, if the person is not a section 56 employee, why does he or she earn more than even the CFO? Because the categorization of payments of the upper limits, which regulate CFOs, are far higher than those of people who are not within the category. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Honorable Kupeka, your hand is no longer up.
We're trying to close.
Okay.
Chair.
No, that's fine. Okay, did you get that question? Colleagues, you're not listening now. You got Honorable Kupeka's, sorry, Honorable Madlala's question. Can you please deal with it in the submission? Yeah, please do it in the submission. Yeah, all right. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. It really is late. Thank you for joining us, even though when you walked in, I thought, hey, we're going to leave 30 minutes after you walked in, but I was wrong. I don't know, Chair, if you want to say anything. But maybe let me give, so that you can make closing remarks. Maybe let me give the mayor. From my side, I just want to thank you for your patience and for answering our questions. I really appreciate it. Honorable Mayor, do you want to make any remarks before the chair closes for us?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the Chair of COGT, Dr. Mkhize. Chair, thank you for affording us an opportunity to account to the people of our city, because we believe this is part of us accounting to our people. Of course, from this session, there are holes that have been poked that might require council to look into and proper action be taken. Equally, there are areas where we believe as a municipality we have some improvements. Of course, we are here at the end of the day to serve the people of Msunduzi, and that's the commitment we made when we were elected. It's a commitment we are still making even now, but thank you for the opportunity. We will ensure that the responses to the questions that are required within that period are submitted. Chair. If there are any challenges, we will communicate so that maybe we may be afforded an extension in case there are challenges, but our commitment is that we will respond because, like we said, this is part of our accountability process. Thank you very much.
Kabazela.
Thank you, Mhlang. No, thank you very much. Chairperson, I did come late. I did apologize. I wouldn't like to go into that. But let me start by declaring that I'm from the same municipality, and that had nothing to do with the fact that I wasn't here the whole day. Just to make my point, let me also raise my gripe as a citizen. I live in the village in Ward 14. So there are a number of issues which I think do need to be followed up. Let me start by the matter of serious concern in Msunduzi that relates to the renovation of the crematorium. I haven't had the time, so I hope we will have an opportunity for the mayor to report. It's a very serious matter for the residents because it's a cultural issue. It's a family issue that causes lots of trauma. So I would like us to get to a point where that matter gets resolved and closed. And it's a matter that we raised in the previous visit. I also want to underline a few issues that have been raised by the members here, and these have been the concern of the portfolio committee. The first one is the issue of debt, dirty city. This issue was raised, and I remember that municipal manager was asked many questions around it, and mayor. Also the issue of the illegal foreigners running businesses and land invasion. I must say that those issues are matters that are of serious concern, and we're going to follow up to see how you're dealing with that. The aspect which I have received feedback on relates to some of the rural areas where there was a water problem, where the process of starting to redo spring protection has actually been started. So that one we're noting, and I hope that it actually gets done and gets completed. It's a very serious matter as well. I must also just say that the municipality needs to work closer with the community so that they don't get vandalized, because I've had one area they set it up and then 2 weeks later it was vandalized. But I think you need to actually be very close working with the community on that. Then there are a few areas which I believe there are supervision challenges. Let me start with the one that's my immediate problem, and my councillor would testify to this. Road construction, road was done, which was good. That was done before, but then we needed drainage to be sorted. So the new contractor came back, cut the road, reduced the size. Now it's more difficult to use the road than before. So it's something that means the supervision is a bit poor. There's also an area, and I'm saying this because the villagers in my village have a problem. They put a drain where there's a cattle walking. It's a serious issue for the local people. And I would like us to say, you need to go and inspect this thing and correct it before the people disappear. And I've picked up on the Auditor General's report. A part of your revenue problem relates to inability to collect revenue from timber. Now, one of the timber plantations outside the Hilton area involves 3 wards. Tafleni, Inandi, then Azali, 4 wards, Snatting, Azali, and Willow Fountain. Where you're having a problem with the collection, the people who are overseeing that thing, there's a committee that's got staff in it. So you need to actually check what's happening here. We got interested because the plantation used to be in the past used by people for woods, collecting woods, and also for building kraals and homes. Now the people who are running that have put in security that's going to clash with the community because they are not allowing people to do what they've always been doing over the years. So I'm putting that as an issue of supervision. It also links with the issue of Oripi. Oripi is a very tiny village, and I don't know how it happened that you can actually have a second hall being commissioned in a place where everybody knows there's a hall in Oripi. So I would say that it doesn't end just with the questions of this deviation. It actually goes back to who took the decision to build the second hall in the first instance. That's really where the irregularity comes. Maybe it does need to be followed up. But let me leave that aspect and then say the issue of the skills audit. I was interested as we were dealing with this issue, Chairperson, because when I looked at it, then I see that there is a remedial process that was embarked upon wherein letters were written to people who didn't qualify, that they were actually asked to go and collect and get the relevant qualification, and within a particular period. And the letters were written in 2022. I would request that when the report comes back, they should actually give us a full report on all the people. There are many letters here that were written to individuals who say you don't have the right qualification, go and obtain it. You don't have the right qualification, go and obtain it. It doesn't say you're going to be, I don't know how it happened that the qualification is a basic how you got in to ensure that you complete a qualification for requested to ensure that you meant of your posters per job description with a recognized institution of your choice. The qualification must be obtained within the stipulated minimum required time of the institution. So how many of these people have actually been checked whether they've done it, that they still qualify? But my question is, how do you not act on someone who has got qualifications below the requirement, but you actually give them a warning, and there's no follow-up that gives us a report when have those people done this particular qualification as expected? I'll leave it at that, Chairperson, and say I think I want to join you and the honourable members in thanking the delegation from Msunduzi. I did hear that they tried to intimidate this committee with the large numbers. I'm not sure whether they succeeded, but let me say that we do appreciate this issue. For us is an accounting exercise. Everyone has to come and account. We believe that it's got to be robust, and we have to be direct, and we have to be factual. And so when we have to come through here, we expect people to be able to give us the information as expected. So members, as you can see, have got the energy. Were you not for the rescue of the chairperson, they will still go on until morning. It has happened before. So I want to just say to you, we thank you for all of this, and we're looking forward to the follow-up report that will come. And to the members, thank you very much for engaging. That's your responsibility to make sure that there's accountability. We get all the answers, and our people must feel that they are actually being represented by the parliament, but also they must feel that we are able to hold the municipalities and other departments into account. Thank you very much to Chairperson of SCOPA and the whole team, Secretariat, and to all the members, and to those going back to Msunduzi, travel safely, everything of the best. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, members. Thank you.